there, a little bit of focus. You can even see the reflection of the chat going there, people. Say hi to yourselves. You can see the chat. So there you go. That was cool. He is quite a good speaker. It was a lot of fun. I had lunch with him on Sunday even. So yes. So people asking, Sir, pick up the benevolent. Was Duke the guy speaking to the Apollo 11 crew for the moon landings? Yes, he was Capcom for Apollo 11. So very exciting. He said on the way back, shortly after they headed back from the moon, they had to go outside and get like the film, and there was some experiments that were on the outside that they needed to bring on the inside. So the guy who Young, he went down to the surface with Young, but he stayed orbiting with, who cares? He didn't go on the moon. I forgot his name, the third guy, but he had to go out and get that. And so Charlie Duke was the one that was like outside in the hatch, making sure that all the cables and wires and umbilical cord basically did not get hung up. And he's like, he looked over and he saw the Earth, and it was because of the time and the angle and everything, just saw a sliver of the Earth. And he turned around and they're still close to the moon. He's like, the moon was just huge. It's pretty cool. So that's exciting, isn't it, Bev?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to get this Zoom thing sorted out. But it's a bit of a silly thing, isn't it? How do you get your picture on in your OBS? I mean, what? I
just do a screen capture.
Do you do this all the time?
Yes, I like Zoom.
Okay.
Yep.
We're trying to swap over to Discord, right? It's much easier on Discord.
Oh, I find it much easier on here. So it's maybe part of experience. I've never used this Zoom thing before. I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. Yep. So you can. I don't know. I don't know how to do screen capture on Discord, but you've done that, so I suppose somehow it should be easy enough to figure out somehow. So I see Cleary is saying it's not working on his phone. Are you on your phone, Bev, or
no,
you're on the desktop?
I'm on PC.
Okay. And we've got the main surveyor is he had a limited time, and so he's I think currently trying to come in. He let's see if he responded to me. He has just a certain amount of time. Like it's 4 p.m. for him, and you can't do surveying from home, so he
does what?
You can't do surveying work from home. You actually have to go out to the field. I can write software from home. So
is that what he does?
Bev, you know what he does.
I don't know. No.
I want to focus.
Yeah.
Bev, he is a licensed geodetic surveyor in the state of Maine. So
no, I don't.
There you go.
You've just said that to me. He's never said that.
Oh, Bev, you're cute.
Sorry?
I said you're cute. I mean, I don't mean you're cute, right? But you're cute.
Well, do you not think he's never said that? He's never said that, Is it licensed geodetic surveyor? Yeah, no, he's never actually said that.
No, he's not a geodesic. He's a geodetic.
Okay, sweet. Yeah. What's the difference?
Survey. Geodetic is a word. Geodesic is not what.
Yeah, okay. What's the difference between that and a normal surveyor?
That is it. My goodness, my focus keeps going out. That is a normal surveyor. A geodetic surveyor is a normal surveyor. Okay. There is a subset of geodetic surveying that they call planar surveying, which that they can't do, the geodetic parts of it because they're not not qualified and trained.
Difference? What's the difference, please?
Difference?
Yeah.
The difference between a planar surveyor and a geodetic surveyor.
Yeah, to you.
So a planar surveyor can only work in a certain within a certain range because it is because if you get into a larger area, you have to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
What's that? What's that area?
I don't know offhand, but when
I heard it was 100 square miles that planar surveyors do, and then anything over that is your other type of surveyors, right?
Yeah, it requires geodetic surveyors if you're over that amount.
Over 100.
But
yeah,
it,
so
depend,
up
it
to
depends.
100 square miles, that would be planar surveying, right?
Yeah, so it also depends on the margin of error necessary, right? So I suppose if they need a tighter margin of error, then you would not be able to do planar surveying up to 100 square miles. It'd be smaller depending on the needs.
Or you could just do geodetic surveying all the time, then save yourself that trouble.
Oh, so there's no need for planar surveyors then? Is that what you just said?
No. You could save yourself the trouble of having to convert back and forth, worry about, oh, do I do plane surveying here or do I do geodetic surveying here? Just do geodetic principles all the time and save yourself the problem.
So there is definitely a difference between these surveyors then, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what sort of tools would you say a geodetic surveyor uses instead of a normal, just the average surveyor?
I already said, Bev, a normal surveyor is a geodetic surveyor.
Okay. So an auto level then, what sort of tool would that be?
It's an auto level.
Which type of surveyor would use an auto level?
Any surveyor can use an auto level.
Okay, because it establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right?
It establishes a horizontal plane that you would make measurements from, and then you make curvature corrections as you need to.
Curvature corrections within the horizontal plane?
Curvature corrections to your measurements after the fact.
You make curvature corrections to your measurements?
Yes.
Oh. You're not just sort of measure what you measure when you look through the scope?
You measure what you measure, you write that down, and then you apply corrections as necessary.
Okay, so when is it necessary for you to apply corrections? Because I've never heard of that.
Well, you can look at the
surveyor,
National Geodetic Surveyor. You can look at the National Geodetic Survey manual on geodetic leveling. It will tell you.
Okay, can you not tell us?
I'm sorry?
Can you not tell us?
What is it you want me to tell you?
When the corrections have to be applied? Because we've got a test, right? Is that what we're talking over tonight?
Yeah.
Go back to your question. Test,
don't wait. Go back to your first question. Then don't segue to the other topic before he gets a chance to answer, though. Right.
Right.
Let him answer. Yeah.
So, Bev, let's get the wordiness out of there. What is it you're asking me?
Which one? Well, McToon's sort of just saying with some other question. We were just talking, weren't we?
Before we get to your test, what do you want to ask?
I don't want to ask you anything. We were here to talk about the test, right?
No.
Or are we're just having a little chit chat? What are we here for, McToons, please? I know we've been very vague. Like you talked to Cleary earlier, and then we've been asking what we were meant to be doing here tonight, and you've not said anything. You've given us a link to this Zoom thing. I've clicked it, and now I'm here.
Excellent. Good job.
Right, so what's the format that we're going to be going over tonight?
It's an open format, but okay. I do have a couple things maybe that we could cover kind of in a little structure that might be kind of fun. So I don't know what Cleary's up to. He says that he's not having luck getting it on his phone. So I don't know. Maybe he needs to open some high IQ tabs. What do you think? I could send him some tabs.
You could send him some tabs.
I don't even know where he lives. He's in the U.S., I think. Let's go with that. So, all right. So I think the question Bev was asking was when or how do you apply curvature corrections when you're in the process of doing surveying work?
When you cover a certain distance, you need to start applying curvature corrections if to meet certain accuracy requirements for whatever the project might be.
So can you give an example of what a requirement might be, and then how you'd and what distance might be the right?
Well, actually, plane surveyors do account for curvature anyway in their elevations. So you always need to apply curvature corrections to your elevations. When you're using your theodolite or your total station and you're measuring those distances, you need to apply the 8 inches times the mile squared elevation correction. It's expressed a bit differently for surveying because you understand 8 inches times the mile square. We're mixing units there. We've got to have everything in the same units. So the correction becomes 0.024 times feet expressed in thousands. So a mile would be 5.28. And that's squared.
Okay, so that would be the curvature for a certain point, right? Of a imagined radius, right?
It's not imagined.
Right, so but there's many, isn't there?
Many what?
Different radiuses. Or radii, I don't know what you call it.
Right, so plural of radius is radii, but yeah. I'm not gonna punish you for saying radiuses.
You do have many, right? On your model.
The Earth is not a perfect sphere.
Yep.
It is spherical.
Mm-hmm.
It's sometimes called an ellipsoid in shape. And the 8 inches times the mile squared is plenty accurate enough for point to point of a control network.
Okay, so what is that 8 inches per mile squared then?
It's an elevation correction for curvature.
Okay, and that is everywhere?
In every direction.
Okay. So you saying when they have a tool like an auto level that establishes a horizontal, you say you need to establish a curvature correction, you say?
So in auto level, so differential leveling is a little bit different than trig leveling. So trig leveling is what you're doing with a theodolite or a total station. With differential leveling through an auto level, generally speaking, if you keep your foresights and backsights equal in distance, you can get away with ignoring curvature correction over a short distance, but you should apply it when you're getting into longer and longer distances.
What do you mean by longer distances? Do you mean like in your transitions? You know, like 30 feet or something. Oh, no, sorry, 100 feet, 30 meters, something like that. Like, so if you go above that.
I know that you're a huge fan of me saying I don't prefer going over 100 feet between the auto level and the level rod.
Yep. That's where you take your measurements, right? For anybody not.
I say that distance because that's my personal preference, because the rod gets harder to read the farther away it is from the auto level.
Yeah.
But I don't hold it against someone who can push those legs a little farther and achieve the accuracy that's required for the project that they're transferring the elevation for.
Well, when would you add your curvature correction into the known measured distances? Because you go in 30 feet, right, in between your transitions.
Well, that's an interesting question, Bev. So let's take I listened to you talking to Mr. Sensible the other day, and you said something about a mile along the canal. Let's just use a mile.
Can you make it fully right? Because although you may have heard me talking to Mr. Sensible, the other people listening, they might not have heard what I said to Mr. Sensible. So,
well, I'm not going to present your entire thesis for it, but you said that you were running a level run.
Are we talking about my test now, or are we still on that initial question?
I'm using your words with Mr. Sensible as an example.
Okay. So can we talk about the test in a minute then?
I would like to finish what I'm saying right now. So let's just say you have a level run going a mile. To determine if you are accurately transferring that elevation, you should also run the traverse down that canal with a total station.
No, you just close the loop and go back to the beginning, right? That's what you do.
But you want to check and see that you've done correctly.
Yeah, you just do it multiple times and return the loop to close the loop at the end, right?
Try it again with another piece of equipment.
Well,
compare the two methods.
Yeah, you could do it 100 times with the same piece of equipment as well, couldn't you? Constantly getting more accurate every time. Try it with different bits of equipment. Get different people to try it with different bits of equipment. Yeah.
And then try it again with sub-centimeter survey grade GPS.
You could try it with all sorts, couldn't you?
Compare all the methods.
Yep. To establish a horizontal.
That doesn't establish a horizontal.
No, that's what the surveying techniques would be doing, right? You would be establishing a horizontal frame of reference, right? That's what the surveyors do, right?
At that point where the auto level sits, that establishes a horizontal plane.
You take a benchmark from one end and you transverse it as a horizontal plane to make your benchmark at the other end, right? So you find a known benchmark and then you move that to an unknown to make the unknown known. Yeah?
Let's suppose you have a benchmark at one end of your mile.
Yep.
And let's just say the elevation is 100 feet just for the sake of argument.
No. We're doing it at the side of a canal. So if we're talking about my test, like you were saying with Mr. Sensible. So it's at the side of a canal. Now everyone can imagine this. Well, don't know if everyone can imagine what the canals in the UK are like. But everybody knows a stretch of water that's a steady body of water that they can imagine at the side of it, right? So we're banging a post in at the side of the canal. Let's say a meter, and we just put a mark on it.
A meter from the canal, or a meter above the water.
Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? We're just banging a post in. We're putting a mark on it. That's it, and then we are going to say that is our mark. That's just the mark. What we're going to do, we're going to transfer that mark onto another post, one at half mile, and then one at the full mile again. So,
in that case, you are transferring an elevation. You're not transferring a horizontal line.
But that's the tools is a horizontal, right? The auto level that we're going to use to transfer that thing through differential leveling techniques, right? That would just transfer the horizontal mark from in the middle point and the end point, right?
You're transferring an elevation. You're not drawing a horizontal line.
Yeah, it's a horizontal.
No. From end to end, it is not horizontal.
Yes, it is.
No, from one end of the mile to the other end is not a horizontal
line. Are you saying an auto level would not establish a horizontal?
I'm saying that differential leveling techniques done properly will account for curvature automatically when you keep the foresight and the backsight relatively short and equal through the entire level run.
Right. Well, we are asking these people, these surveyors, to make a horizontal line, right? Particularly, we're not saying level, we're not saying curved, we're not saying anything. We are particularly saying a horizontal line of reference. You say that's not possible.
Surveyors to transfer elevation.
Sorry?
You're asking a surveyor to transfer an elevation when he uses or she uses.
What is your understanding of elevation then? Is it's a vertical distance above the mean sea level, right? Mean sea level being your reference datum.
It could be any vertical datum you want. It could be a made-up datum if you want. If you wanted to say that
that's like I just said that I put a make-up mark on the side of the post, right? And then you're saying no, that's different in elevation. So I'm just establishing now the canal that has the water level within it at the side of where we've put this post has an elevation, right? Now that elevation, let's say it's 50 feet. right? It's 50 feet as a vertical distance above that mean sea level, right? That's what it is. It's established. They established the mean sea level at a place.
I don't know if it's above the mean sea level or not. It's just a number.
That's what they do in the UK. I mean, I can only speak for the UK.
What's the name of the datum that they use in the UK?
Sorry?
What's the name of the vertical datum they use in the UK?
It'd be the mean sea level, don't it? It's down at Newby
no, there's
now.
An actual,
it used
there's an
to
actual
be,
name.
It used
there's an
to
actual
be,
name for it.
Well, it's the 0 mark, right?
No, there's a name for the vertical datum.
But that is where they zero elevation.
No, Bev,
okay?
There's a name for it. Could you tell us the name for it, please?
It's the datum, the 0 datum. The
there's a name
mean
for
sea
this.
level at Newby in the UK.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. In the United States, they use NAVD 88. That's a common one.
That's your geoid, right? That's your geoid model. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the
Stop interrupting me and listen.
Sea level.
Stop interrupting and listen, Bev. This is the vertical datum that's used in the United States. Okay. What's the name of the vertical datum that's used in the UK? Just one of them, maybe. There's probably a bunch.
No.
Okay, so you're talking without knowing what you're talking about.
I'm telling you, I can tell you where it is established and where it was established. It used to be in Liverpool. They've now moved it to Newby.
I'll look it up for you. I'll look it up. And then in the future, you could actually be informed about it. But go ahead, you two, keep going while I do this for you.
So, Bev, if you have...
So it's a vertical height above that datum, right? That 50
That's the datum you're referencing.
Yeah?
If that's the datum you're referencing.
Well, when it says on the maps 50 feet, right, it means 50 feet elevation as a vertical distance above that mean sea level, right? That's what it means.
So you're trying to
I'm just
make a
getting you to
50-foot
confirm
elevation mark at the other end of the mile.
Elevation that you read on maps everywhere is a vertical distance above the mean sea level, which it would be a 0. That's your 0 datum, right? That's why it's 50 odd feet or 50 feet. It means 50 feet above the 0. They establish a 0 somewhere, right?
Yes.
And when you read elevation, it is a vertical height above that datum.
Right.
Okay, so elevation now, right? I say that's a horizontal. Right? Do you say that is a horizontal or not?
You're saying what is
datum, the datum that you use is a horizontal datum.
No.
Okay, so when I see 50 feet elevation, I see it's a 50 feet vertical distance above a horizontal, because the vertical means you establish a horizontal, a flat base, and then measure perpendicularly from that horizontal to your other one, and that's where your line is, right? So
Bev, like I said before, the main surveyor is a surveyor, so you don't tell him what to do. It's best for you to just ask, how do you do it?
No, I'm not asking him what to do. I'm just
hold on,
telling
let me
you.
finish my sentence before you interject. Well, how about you ask him what they do, and then he can tell you what surveyors actually do.
He doesn't seem to know, though, McToons.
He absolutely does. You're very confused about it, though, and you're trying to interject what you imagine he does into it.
We're on elevation now, then, right?
And learn. If you learn, then you might progress.
Have you given me enough time yet, or not?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So, are you going to answer that then? Elevation. It is a vertical height above the datum.
It's a height above the datum. I'll agree with that, but the datum is not horizontal. It's
a vertical height, though, right? That's what you measure. When you measure with your measuring rod, you are measuring a vertical. It's no good if your wad's wandering about, right? Right? It has to be vertical, that, doesn't it? Whenever you look through an auto level or whatever over your 30 meters. Right, that measuring rod needs to be vertical, right?
The rod guy needs to be rocking the rod back and forth.
Yeah, and you take the minimum distance, right?
Correct.
And then you know that's in the vertical position.
Yes.
Right, okay. So that is a vertical elevation change when you have an elevation change, right?
You're reading you're reading the height of the crosshair above the ground where the rod is.
Brilliant. So we come back to the question that we initially started with, right? Is you imagine elevation to be a curve. I say it is a horizontal datum.
I don't actually imagine it to be a curve. It is a curve.
Okay, well, there's a difference then, right? There's a difference between a curve and a straight.
You mean a plane?
So Bev, I'm gonna save some time right now. I'm gonna ask you, what are your surveying textbooks that you had in your qualification class that you say
I don't know. I don't have the.
What surveying textbooks do you have in your house? I don't
have any surveying textbooks in my house. No.
Where are you getting?
You've put pictures of textbooks on Twitter in the past. Did you sell them or burn them?
Sorry,
I've seen pictures on Twitter that you posted of books that are in your house on surveying. Have you burned them because you didn't like them, or did you get rid of them since you put those pictures on?
Oh, you mean the geodetic survey?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what he was asking about.
No, that's not a book on surveying, is it? It's not a textbook on surveying. Oh. Come on, Toons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bev, I have in front of me Elementary Surveying, 7th edition.
Brilliant.
And it says, datum, any level surface to which elevations are referred. Mm-hmm. For example, mean sea level. You're going to love this. Also called a datum plane.
I don't know. You broke up then. Did he break up for you as well?
Nope. He was perfectly clear to me.
Okay. Brilliant.
Why don't you say it again? No. He's going to say it again. This is good. You need to hear it.
Yeah. So, datum, any level surface to which elevations are referred, for example, means sea level. You're going to love this part. Listen up carefully. Also called a datum plane, though not actually a plane.
Okay. Fantastic.
And it has this nice graphic that goes with it that shows mean sea level as an example of a datum, and it shows it as an arc. You explain to me how an arc is horizontal, because you seem to think that mean sea level is horizontal. But here is a surveying textbook, Bev, that explains the principle on which surveyors actually operate every day. Explain that's a curve, explaining curvature corrections that must be used. And you are saying it means horizontal. You are wrong, Bev. That's not how surveying works.
Right, well... you know my test. Have you seen that test yet? Can we get round to that?
You mean where you're transferring an elevation?
No, with the water level, right? The whole test, not just a little tiny bit of it. The whole thing.
So how have you established the difference between the results you'd expect on a sphere and on a planar horizontal water level that you think it is?
Like we were talking about before.
That's a good question.
Step one.
I have just a second, Bev. I think this is a great thing. What if you tell us what you expect, basically tell us the hypothesis. What do you expect to see if the Earth is flat? And then we can tell you what we'd expect to see if the Earth is a sphere. How about that? And because we both know our own models the best, right? So how about you tell us what do you expect if you do your water level?
I've got a model.
You don't have a model?
No, I don't.
Have a model.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I have a model of my water level,
and that's a problem.
I have a model of my water level test, right?
That's a problem. But so here's the deal: you tell me what you expect to see if the Earth is flat, and then we'll tell you what we expect to see if the Earth is a sphere.
Isn't
go ahead.
Flat, McToon.
So
there is topography, surveying, right? Means that the Earth isn't flat. You measure topography. Ask your guy that's pretending to be a surveyor, right? That's not flat, is it?
Hold on. Let's be clear, Bev. Are you going to just say clearly right now that the main surveyor is lying about being a surveyor?
I'm going to say that the surveyors would measure topography. Now that is a change.
Well, are you going to say
elevation,
or stop saying that the main surveyor?
I don't know. He'd have to prove that he's a surveyor, wouldn't he? He would. In order for that, I would need to know he is a surveyor.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Main surveyor, are you a licensed geodetic surveyor in the state of Maine?
I am a licensed professional surveyor in the state of Maine.
Very good.
Okay.
Are you bound by any ethical code or anything of surveyors?
Oh, you like to ask that question, don't you?
That's the first time I've ever asked it, to be honest.
Actually, Bev, you've asked it to me on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, you never answered, did you?
I actually did answer, Bev.
I can't remember. Just remind us.
We have a standards of practice which we must follow.
Yep. Code of ethics, to be honest, to the public and represent your trade.
In Maine statute, it is called a standards of practice.
Okay. And you would be bound by that, right?
When performing my professional duties.
Okay. And are you performing your professional duties at the moment?
I am representing the profession of surveying at the moment as an individual.
Okay. Fantastic. So, when we do our test and we establish, first of all, step one would be to establish a horizontal line. Now, can surveyors do that? Over a mile.
So listen, we could establish a horizontal line.
Yeah.
The ground will tend to drop away underneath that horizontal line eventually, assuming that the topography is consistent.
Okay, so
like
say along your canal, your canal. If we were to establish a horizontal line at one end and make that horizontal line stay horizontal to that point where it began, then the ground will drop away underneath it eventually.
Okay, so we establish that horizontal and we make it go past the half-mile mark and all the way to a mile mark. So we have one horizontal line across 3 posts. Can a surveyor do that?
If that's what you want the surveyor to establish, the surveyor could establish that.
Brilliant.
But it's not the same as transferring an elevation.
Brilliant. But that can be done, right? So that can be done. So we can have 3 posts, one at a mile, one at a half mile, and one at the other end, right? With marks on them that will be on the same horizontal.
But different elevation.
Well, just the same horizontal, right? That's all we're interested in.
But the elevation would have to be different.
Yeah, I don't know whether they'd be bothered about telling me that we were a different elevation or anything. So it can be done. They can put 3 marks on them posts, right?
They'll all be a different elevation.
Well, they would be on a horizontal, though. That's all we're bothered about, right?
The surface of the Earth is curved. Therefore,
you
50
can
feet
have
at the
a horizontal, though, can't you?
Will not be 50 feet at the end of the mile.
You can have a horizontal, though. That it is possible for surveyors to establish a horizontal over a mile.
Why would you want the surveyor to do that?
Because that's part of the test.
What are you testing in your test?
We're just the level and horizontal, right? Is there a connection between the two?
You're testing definitions. That's not how we test definitions.
No, this is a practical test, right?
You start with the right definition first.
This is a practical test. In reality, we've just established that surveyors, like your profession, supposedly, right? Your friends can establish a horizontal over a 1 mile distance.
Bev, do you think that 50 feet in elevation at the start of the mile is going to be 50 feet and horizontal at the end of the mile?
Do I think that?
I'm asking you that.
Yeah, I probably do, yeah. Let's say yes. I imagine that if there is no change in elevation, that means it is a horizontal. Yes, that's what I imagine. Or, in fact, I know it.
So
you know it.
Yeah. The test.
Let's
Can we go back to the test, or are you scared of it?
Let me do this, Bev. Let me explain, and you listen. You listen. Get your ears up here. The wolf. The ears are up. The mouth is shut. Okay. At a point
nice.
on the surface. No, that's a wolf.
Oh right, is that wolf pack? Are you bringing the wolf pack out in your chat?
Mouth shut. The mouth is shut. Ears are up. Okay.
Is that what the wolves do?
On the surface of a sphere.
Okay.
You can the plane,
the three-dimensional surface of a sphere.
The plane that is orthogonal to the plumb line is level at that point of the plumb line. Okay, that horizontal plane is a unique sphere. Yes, honestly, that was the first thing I said.
Yeah.
Mouth shut, ears up. Okay. So I'll back it up again. Right, and then I'll explain it again since you missed the first thing. On the surface of a sphere, the plane that is orthogonal to the plumb line is horizontal. That plane is unique for every single point on the sphere. All right, so horizontal is a plane, level is the curved surface. Right, now what is can you talk about level and horizontal on a flat surface? I'll let you explain that since it's your claim.
No, we talk about my test, and we've established a horizontal, right?
No. We're just covering the math, the geometry part of it here. Okay. And so, what is your
which sort of geometry
your understanding of?
We're using Euclidean geometry.
We're using geometry.
Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. What would you expect to see on the surface of a flat surface? What's orthogonal to the plumb line?
I mean perpendicular.
Orthogonal is a 3-dimensional. Perpendicular is 2-dimensional.
Perpendicular is 3-dimensional, right?
Say that again.
Perpendicular is 3-dimensional, right?
Orthogonal is 3-dimensional.
No. Perpendicular is 3-dimensional. So when you say perpendicular, the definition of that would come from Euclidean geometry, right?
Okay, so get to it. I'm listening.
So it's defined within Euclidean geometry, and that is 2 straight lines. So you would say that the plumb line is a vertical, and the right angle to it is horizontal, right? Perpendicular to the vertical is horizontal. But your sort of orthogonal works the same as well, doesn't it? Same thing.
Are vertical and horizontal defined in Euclid's book there?
They're defined as being perpendicular, right?
Excuse me, I'm asking, are the words vertical and horizontal defined?
But they are defined as being perpendicular. Now that is definitely Euclidean definition. 2 straight lines, perpendicular.
Bev, would you be interested to know what the definition of a level surface is in surveying?
You'll probably tell me, but I mean, go back to the test, right? The test would have a horizontal. We'd have 3 points on 3 posts that are marked as horizontal. Then what we do is the next part, right, is really easy. You just get some hose pipe, right? And you lay it down by the side of these posts. Yeah, that's easy enough, right?
I'm listening.
And we put vials on the end of them, so we effectively turn this water level big long tube. That we'll put a T-junction in the middle of it as well, so we can put it up against each of these posts with the vial, strap them around it, and then we can fill that water level up, can't we?
So are you establishing a horizontal line across that distance, horizontal to the beginning, or are you establishing an elevation, the same elevation?
The surveyors did the horizontal at the beginning, right? They made 3 marks that were horizontal on 3 posts. They did that.
Who's they?
The surveyors that established the horizontal. That's what we just decided before, right? You remember?
So you're gonna hire some surveyors to come do this?
Yeah, why not? Like
right,
professionals.
So you're going to put in 3 posts, and you're going to say, okay, start at this post, and I want you to use a horizontal plane and mark with the horizontal plane that's perpendicular to the plumb line, right?
Yep.
Or orthogonal is the better word. Yep. So from post
establish
1,
that horizontal all 2, the way across
to post 3, right?
No, a horizontal. I'm saying horizontal, the same horizontal.
So now, are you saying horizontal, or are you saying you want the same elevation at each thing to the surveyors?
That's the.
Do you want me to just say it again? I will confirm. We want a horizontal, right? That is
so you're accounting for curvature then.
Straight line.
A flat plane. Okay, so when you do that, if you say those words to the surveyors and don't try to confuse them by telling them you want elevation.
I'm not going to confuse anybody. Do you think surveyors
you're going
would
to
be
have
confused?
By you, absolutely, because you're, So what's going to happen then is you put your mark right here, right? You got the pen. You put your mark on the first one. Here's what the surveyors are going to do. You go to the next one. It's going to be higher.
What, the horizontal?
And you go to the
higher.
Yeah, you go to the final one. It's going to be even higher still.
No, we're just doing a horizontal. What do you mean higher? How can it be higher? Higher than what?
Because the surface higher in relation to the canal that it's next to, right? So you're going to go and you're going to measure.
No, we do. See, forget about the canal. Forget about the canal. We are just
but you're doing it next to a canal for a reason.
Horizontal, right?
Yeah, and according to every surveyor in the world, the first one, you'll have a certain elevation. The next one, the elevation is going to be higher for that.
So when we come back again,
plane.
What would happen when we come back again to check the horizontal?
You were saying they.
Well, I can do this after them, can't I?
Are you
saying I can't have a go at this? Me and my lads, we're not allowed to.
Trying to make sure you get your pronouns right. Is it they or are you part of this? We doing this measuring?
I will definitely be measuring this. Well, me and the lads, we're going to be doing surveying. Yes, we have an auto level. We do this sort of stuff. Yes. So, but let's say the surveyors, right? The surveyors are establishing a horizontal. Now, they establish it all the way across from one end to the other. And then they go back again to make sure it is all the same horizontal.
I need clarification here. I want to make sure I'm not assuming anything about what you're doing. You asked a professional surveyor to establish a horizontal line across a mile. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, on the posts. I've explained it just like I've explained it to you. 3 posts.
And the surveyor is not just going to transfer the same elevation across the mile. You're asking them to transfer a horizontal line across a mile.
They've never been like you are at the minute. You seem to be a different sort of surveyor than we've ever encountered before. Are you sure that's correct? Right, because surveyors can establish a horizontal, right? You seem to be struggling to understand that.
Why would you want them to, Bev?
Because
why would you want them to?
Why would I want them to establish a horizontal? Why would I want the surveyors to use a tool to establish a horizontal over a mile? Because I've got a test, a water level test, right? And
you're designing it to be inconclusive or to be a total failure.
No, all we've done is establish so far that we've got 3 marks on a post that are horizontal. Now we've laid some water levels at the side of it, and you've gone all funny, and now we're going back to you don't seem to think you can do horizontal. Establish a horizontal anymore.
Bev, you're confused because you think that you could measure to prove a definition when you're using the wrong procedure to find out if the water is curving or not.
Sorry?
Yeah, that's that.
Curving.
What? Yeah,
Isn't that what you want to know, Bev?
We've people have measured the surface of water to be curved.
Who?
Already.
Who is that?
Well, the person you're talking to, not me. The other guy you're talking to right now has done that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's measured the curvature of the water level.
Of the water.
So Bev, we're not going to play the game
water
of
level, right?
whether you're talking about the water level device
just a second
or the surface of water, because that's nonsense.
What do you mean?
You know exactly what I mean.
Well,
you like the word games.
You know, Jesse said the other day, right, that the water level is measurably, it drops away from horizontal. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so
yes.
Surveyors can establish a horizontal, right?
But why would you want them to?
Maybe we might be checking what Jesse said, right? Because Jesse says it's measurable, right? So let's establish a horizontal. Now, can surveyors, professional surveyors, you know, the ones that actually get paid to do a job, right? Can they establish a horizontal line over a mile?
We can. Why would you want us to?
Brilliant. So you could make 3 marks on these posts that are all on the same horizontal, right?
Those marks would be the projection of the horizontal line at one end of your mile, and they would be at different elevations.
Okay, so you couldn't do the same on the way back again then, is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying a horizontal line and the elevation are two different
right. So
things.
So if we go along this line and set a horizontal, and obviously when you are surveying, right, you have to close your loop to make sure you're for accuracy and error checks, right? So you close your loop and you want to establish a horizontal back again, right? Because it's a tool to establish a horizontal, right? That's what the tool is. An auto level, right? So you establish a horizontal one way, and then you come back to close your loop and establish a horizontal back again. Now, would you be getting like somewhere near 0? Or hopefully to be getting like somewhere near like a millimeter? I would, hopefully, anyway. What about you?
Millimeter.
Well, Bev, you know, there is a difference between reading to the nearest millimeter and being millimeter accurate.
Nice obfuscation. What about the closing the loop question on the horizontal?
Oh yeah, you need to run the both directions.
Okay, so then we would check.
Differential leveling.
Yeah, we'd check then, wouldn't we? And we'd have 3 marks on these 3 posts, all on the same horizontal, right?
Bev, I'm not sure why you want to establish a horizontal line over a mile.
Can be done though, can't it?
You really want to just transfer the same elevation across the miles. What you want to do? They're 2 different things.
No, it's a horizontal, right? We want to establish a horizontal. Yes, that's definitely. We want the surveyors to establish a horizontal.
I keep asking you why you want to establish a horizontal over a mile. Because you really want to be transferring an elevation because Earth's surface is curved. You're testing to see if it's curved. You're going to have to start out with the same elevation at all 3 points, not a horizontal line. It's horizontal in the beginning.
We need to be able to check that the water level surface, the one that Jesse Kozlowski, is he your mentor, Jesse?
Yeah. Jesse and Larry Scott are both my mentors. Absolutely.
Okay, so Jesse says
we all
that
need
the
someone who has more
water
experience to talk
level
to.
can be measured dropping from horizontal. So I'm just getting to check that a surveyor can establish a horizontal over a mile. Then we can do is we put water levels up against these marks, this horizontal, and then we can fill it up.
And what do you expect to see?
Well, what would you expect to see? Because Jesse says it measurably drops away from the horizontal.
I need you to tell me what your prediction is.
I would predict the water level being a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. would be exactly the same. In fact, I would say and hope that the water level would be more accurate than the auto level.
Do you think that these horizontal marks will be the same elevation across the mile?
We'd ask the surveyors to do it, so yeah, I would hope so. Are you saying once again that you don't think the surveyors could establish a horizontal?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I'm saying a horizontal and a consistent elevation are two different things.
So you keep saying
if you're extending a horizontal from the beginning of the mile, taking that line and extending it in the same orientation all the way down this mile, that's going to be different. That's going to be different.
It'd be a straight line, right?
The elevation at the beginning and the end.
A straight line.
Do you have a section of canal that is straight?
What,
for a mile?
We have it in between locks?
I didn't ask that. I asked, do you have a mile of straight canal?
Well, yeah, why? What do you need a mile of straight canal for?
That you said that you have a straight mile of canal.
No,
so
I didn't.
Asking
so
you.
I'm asking you why we need a mile of straight. We've got 27 miles in between locks, right? So that would be the same.
Bev, it's your test. It's your test. You tell me.
What am I telling you?
Don't make me explain. Don't make me explain your test to you. You explain your test to me.
Okay. So what we do is we get surveyors to come and establish 3 marks on 3 posts. One at the beginning, one at the half-mile mark, and one at the mile mark.
Yes, we've done.
We get them to establish a horizontal line on each of those posts, the same horizontal. Right, because it's definitely doable, that, isn't it? For surveyors.
So all right. To be clear, which horizontal are you going to go at? Because the horizontal point at the first marker, the middle marker.
Yeah.
Sorry, one of the edges or the middle one. Is it going to be the horizontal plane starting? The
horizontal. Well,
which one is it?
It's a plane, right? It's the same horizontal, isn't it?
This is a simple question. There's three posts. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And there's a mile between.
There's a horizontal all the way across. The same horizontal all the way across.
There's the first one, the second one, the third one.
Yep.
There is the horizontal plane is for one of them. Which one?
What do you mean the horizontal plane's only for one?
Yeah.
No.
So
the horizontal plane will go through all 3.
Yes,
I'll make sure the surveyors know that. The same horizontal plane, yes.
Yes, when you give instructions to the surveyors,
Yep.
they're going to want to know which horizontal plane you want. The first one,
not.
the second one, or the third one.
No, they're not.
Of course they are. That's what they're going to do.
No, only
say
only people with a model
plane.
that think like that, think like you, think like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So have you selected the surveying company that you're going to hire yet? What's the name of the company?
No,
you're not.
No,
you haven't
I've
yet.
No.
Have you been like asking them and interviewing potential surveying companies?
Yeah, we've been looking
them?
Around at surveying companies. Yes, we have. Yeah.
Okay, and what?
We've got a special man on the job, and he's
what's the
very good at
expected
it.
budget? What's the expected budget you're going to have to spend?
What
on
to
that?
anybody?
To the professional surveying company that you're going to hire to do this.
Yeah, we do this for nothing. We don't ask anybody for any PayPal donations.
No, I'm not asking what you're asking. I'm asking what you're expecting to pay, because a professional surveying company is going to charge you money. So what do you think they're going to charge you for this service?
For the service of establishing a horizontal.
It's just the service. They provide a service. How much are you expecting to pay for them to do this service for you?
I haven't got a clue yet. How much would you... Ask Jeff. Jeff, how much would you charge for establishing?
I don't know what the going rate is in.
How much would you charge for your going rate? Say it was somebody in down the street that wanted to do it.
I'm not sure. If it was a flat earther or a wait, you're not a flat earther.
No, not you're a flat earther. You have different charges, do you? Within
a topographic earther.
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
Nice accent. I could not tell the difference. I thought Bev said that actually.
Just call us a leveler. That'll do, right?
I'm just no, because you got the definition of level wrong.
In the live chat, people, do you like
how much would you charge?
or do you like Bev's accent better? just go ahead and tell us that in the live chat. So, how many hours do you think it would take you? Because you'd have to have a couple people, right? And you'd need to go back and forth between the half mile and the 1 mile away.
Yeah.
A little bit. So probably you'd set up somebody with a theodolite on the first post. You'd send somebody a half mile away, and then you'd communicate with them to put a mark on.
Do you not know how to do differential leveling?
I'm asking the main surveyor what he might do. I'm throwing out some spitballs
tell us
here.
How you do it. Like, then you'll give us an idea how much it would cost.
So, Bev, the thing that is, you're not going to tell the surveyor what tools to use. No, you tell the surveyor what they need, and the surveyor decides what tools they're going to use. Well, I can't make the determination of what it would cost, but it might be at least a day in the field, establishing elevations, then do some calculations, come back another day, and make the marks that you want.
Wow.
All right. These are professionals.
2 days work then, Jeff. How much do you charge for that? 2 days.
Oh, I'm not,
you and your lad, obviously, the stick carrier.
What's the
I'm far too expensive for you to hire me, Bev.
How much would you charge for the ultra high class people that you do work for?
I'll look it up here. I'll look it up here for you, Bev.
Why don't you tell us, Jeff? What's up?
Because I haven't priced the job.
Well, have a quick price of it. Go on. Give us how much you would charge a normal person, then how much you would charge a flat earther.
So 2 days.
Are you a flat earther then? Is that what you're saying?
No. He said he charged flat earthers different prices.
So, Bev, I have done pricing for software development. So I have a little bit of a background. You figure out how much time it is, and then you figure out your going rate. It's not that hard. So you got a day of book work and a day in the field for 2 people. So you got about 3 days worth of work, right?
A day of book work.
So maybe 3 days times 8, right? So what's 3 times 8, Bev?
Pardon?
That's wrong. It's 24.
24.
3. Yeah, there you go. Good job.
That's how much the
second
difference
try.
in drop is.
So I'm just going to guess.
Canal.
I'm just going to guess. $150 an hour is maybe a going rate for a professional service like that.
Wow.
So
sounds profitable, Jeff.
$1,200 would be what you might expect to pay
for Jeff to put 3 horizontal marks on 3 posts.
A professional surveyor needs to have a certain level of a quality that's guaranteed. They're not just going to come out there and start spitballing stuff and guessing at things, right? They're going to come out there and they're going to do a good job, and they're going to make sure it's a good job. And if you complain, then they're going to send somebody back to fix it, because they're going to make sure they get it right.
Okay. So we've got normally they say that it'd be quicker to just do a GPS, right? But they say that GPS would be maybe 2 inches off.
GPS does not give you level.
It's not accurate.
Sorry, a horizontal.
It's not accurate.
It does not give you a horizontal plane. GPS gives you elevation, which are distinct.
Yeah, but we're doing an elevation, right, through horizontal, right?
Well, elevation and horizontal are different.
Yeah, but we're asking surveyors to establish, right, a horizontal.
Yes.
We're particularly, and now they do say that they can bring the GPS system, right? But it's not that accurate.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Was that right? How accurate could you make it then, Jeff, with your GPS system?
It depends on the length of time you have your setup. It depends on how many satellites you have. It depends on where the satellites are in the sky.
You have to have satellites.
Oh,
yeah, that's how GPS works.
Do you order them in? Would that be a cost process, right? Or would you just be charging somebody $1,000 to do this job when you could actually come and do it with a GPS and go blip blip and do it a lot quicker?
Golden Brisket just checked my work. You're right. It's not $1,200.
Bev, I can't retask satellites. You have to plan ahead of time.
Okay, fantastic. So,
Yeah.
how much would you charge then, Jeff, for doing this?
Let's back up. 3,600 was mine. I got the math wrong. So, Bev, let me just back up a little bit.
$3.5 grand.
Let me back up for you here, Bev.
Wow, they must be coining it in.
You seem confused.
3 marks on 3 posts.
Yes, so you seem confused about how this works. So let's see. Oh, I think Jeff. We have George Natchik in here twice.
Oh no!
If you need to go, I know you had something.
Tap out. You're not tapping out, Jeff. Come on,
Bev. I have other commitments in my life.
Okay.
So Bev, the Earth is spherical. It's measurable.
Which geometry do you use, Jeff, before you go? When you do your surveying? Which geometry?
Surveying geometry, Bev.
Oh wow, who did that? Is that is that a branch of Fight the Flat Earth geometry?
Oh, I know how much you like him.
He can't go without talking about that. I mean, I could invite him in.
He does make up geometry and all of you lot parrot it, right?
No, Bev. I told you I have surveying textbooks. I have surveying textbooks that explain the geometry involved in surveying. And you can test it yourself and see if it works out in the field or not. Like, the divergence of plumb lines. That's a pretty important thing to understand.
How much do you charge for that?
Especially for your test. Oh, Bev, all the work that I've done on YouTube, that's all been at my own time that I've donated to educating people that are confused about
how much would you normally cost
water.
It then?
I have no idea because I haven't quantified
profitable.
It all, Bev.
So, Bev, I think you maybe because you don't, you're not employed in a professional field, you probably don't know how this works, but there's businesses that charge an hourly rate.
Yeah,
and that's very much independent of what the actual
it's pretty demeaning
gets.
That Toon's right.
A lot of the time,
what are you talking to? Who do you think you're talking to?
Well, I know that you're not a professional. You don't work in a professional career where you work and your time is billed out. I know that. Is that correct?
Or you mean I'm yes. Yes, you get a new job since a carer for my family. Yes.
Okay. So do you?
Yes, I was
bill hourly?
A joiner. Yes, I was a professional joiner. Right, I got paid for that, and then I went to college and did a technical building course. Right, for 2 years. Where we did surveying and land surveying. So 2 years I was doing all of this.
Listen up here for a second. I have a clarifying question
with the qualifications.
A clarifying question
within surveying.
Yes.
So I find it a bit demeaning for you to have a go at being professional. I know what it's like. Unfortunately, I'm a carer now. I can't.
Can you zip it for a minute so that I can explain how these things work?
McToons. Okay.
Here's how it works.
Yeah.
The company charges an hourly rate. That is not typically directly paid in any proportion to the employee. All of the employees in a certain category might have their hours billed at the same rate, but the individual employees make whatever they make. Maybe it's salary, maybe it's hourly.
Yes, I know. People make money for doing their job. Yes,
exactly. But it's not directly proportional. So if a company charges $150 an hour, the employee might be salaried, or they might get an hourly rate of 30, 50, 75. I don't know, right?
So that would bring this
100.
initial
so whatever
into account then, right?
Whatever the main surveyor, his time that is billed professionally out is not a 1-to-1 ratio to his income.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Bev, I make far less than I bill hourly.
Okay, fantastic. How much would you charge to put 3 marks on 3 posts over a mile?
Well, we have some
connectivity
issues here with.
I don't know, Bev. Still getting me?
I didn't hear anything.
Kind of cutting out there. So we have just as an example, Geistview talks about his he does drone work. Yeah, it's kind of rough there.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to get going anyway. Bev, it's been a
Okay.
pleasure. Thank you very much, MC Toon. I've had a lot of fun, and I will talk to you guys later.
Yeah, it's a shame you
right.
didn't really
Thank
tell
you.
us too much about your profession, so-called
All right.
profession.
So here's we got George Natchik, and this is the first time I've had George on. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, this
Hey,
is
hi
going to
there,
go well.
McToon.
Hey, George.
Hey there, Bev.
Got a-
Is my audio
got a-
coming through okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Yeah. Sorry I missed you when I was on my way back through the cities from Colorado. I ended up passing through Minneapolis about 3 a.m. I figured it wouldn't be wise to give you
Oh
a
man,
call.
I'd pop out for you at 3 a.m. That's all right. That's all right. So you're back up in northern Minnesota there.
That is correct. Yep.
Yep. We might go.
Yeah,
We might go camping in northern Minnesota this weekend. So
Oh, where?
I don't think we'll get far enough north. We don't
Yeah.
even know. We're just
Yeah.
right now. It's still just an idea. So
Sure. Yeah, the colors are peaked out right now.
Ooh, that
So,
sounds good.
Yeah, you might want to try at least the North Shore drive out of Duluth. That's always a
Yeah.
real nice drive this time of year.
Yeah, that's a nice spot. So all right. Let's see. How about I got a couple super chats here, if you don't mind a second
Yeah, go
here,
ahead.
Bev. I'll try to go through them here quickly, and I don't think a whole lot of them are addressing you, Bev, but maybe they will. You could have a little response. So we got N space DH is a new member. Thank you very much. And he already gets to use the fancy icons. So all right, Lael is here for $2. Says, how many nuh-uhs will we be able to count today? I don't think we have a nuh-uh yet. We have a lot of levels and horizontals.
You've not heard
the
George
Athens-
start yet.
The Athens 619 for $5 says, Bev is a Poe. Your camera has more focus than all for $5 says, Bev, are you a Poe?
What's a Poe?
Poe would be somebody that does it for pretend.
So it's what am I doing for pretend? I'm not pretending. This is a real test, right?
Okay, I don't think you're a Poe. I don't. I try not to have Poes on. So, Jess, who no longer has the Ika-G on the back, for $5 says, try the hot new Bev action figure. It says his 3 favorite phrases. I see where you're struggling. Water level. I'm sorry, I can't do that accent. And level is horizontal. Did that come out New Yorkish? I think it maybe did. Svein. Ooh, that sounds Northern European. Svein Argimson is a new member as well. Thank you very much. Bella Charge for 2 New Zealand says, what up, fuckers? Flat Earth Fokker, I've been talking to him. He's coming up maybe in a month. He's going on vacation again. So Jess for $2 says, Bev, the sanitation engineer explaining surveying. Ooh, a sanitation engineer. Did you get a promotion?
Oh, that's nice.
Late-
Yeah, I'm a
Lael
carer, right?
Okay.
Was that a joke? A sanitation engineer?
I think that was from Jess.
Okay.
Yeah, so
You
could
were
take that
laughing.
to her.
Thought that was very mature of you there,
It's
Toons.
a good one.
Yeah.
So, all right, Lael is here for $5. Says the main surveyor. When we talking about surveying tools, what does a horizontal plane mean? And now he's not here anymore. Maybe George can answer. What does a horizontal plane mean?
Has George got some surveying qualifications? George, do you have any surveying qualifications?
Enough for this discussion.
What are they then?
I am not a professional surveyor.
Okay.
I am a professional engineer licensed in the state of Colorado.
Surveying
And I
qualifications was the question, George.
Hey, don't interrupt
I'm
him,
going through
please.
it, if you'd let me finish. I have studied surveying techniques under David Zenk, who is the Mid-Plains Geodetic Surveying advisor for the National Geodetic Surveyors in the United States. So my qualifications are probably every bit as good, if not more, than what you have, Bev.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So what is a horizontal plane? And George.
Oh, you want to get into that? Well, horizontal plane is just, well, first let's define plane. Plane would be a surface such as like with a sheet of plywood, let's say, where all points do not deviate from a straight line. All lines defined on a plane would be straight lines. So a horizontal plane would be one that
contains all the straight lines.
Talking about, like if you want to talk about the Earth, where you have a curved surface, I could bring up some graphics to show some of this a lot easier.
No, we're talking just a plane within mathematics, right, George?
Okay, yeah. I just described a plane. A plane is a surface that has no curvature to it whatsoever. Okay. All points on a plane lie on straight lines.
Yeah, that which has only length and breadth within Euclidean geometry, right? Calls it a superficies,
length
but
and breadth
shout out
can mean many
superficies.
things in general. I mean, you have to be more specific than that. But yeah,
no, that
a plane is a
definition. Definition
a plane
number
is
5.
a two-dimensional flat surface. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Euclidean geometry. Definition number 5, book 1. A superficies is that which has only length and breadth.
All right. A plane is a collection of points that lie on
it's
a
not
flat,
it's not a competition.
two-dimensional surface.
We agreed, George. I was just giving you the Euclidean definition.
What?
All right. Well, let me finish here. Bella Charge says, why is Bev using feet in England when he lives with the metric system? Right? Would it not be in meters? So Bev, when in your measurements, you're going to do it in
which measurements?
Imperial units.
Talking about
when you do your test that you want to do. Is it going to be in imperial units, metric units, or Scottish sheep units? My vote is Scottish sheep units.
I have a measuring rod. Can you see it? It's on my camera. That one. That one. Right. Centimeters. All right for you. Millimeters.
You could have just said metric.
Yeah. Yeah, what's your sheet one? Show us the sheet one. What was that?
Is
that a joke?
It's the official unit of Scotland. Do you not know that? Yeah, you can. I have a reference on my website, mctoon.net/sheet.
Is that the Scottish reference, is it? Nice.
Scottish, yes. If it's not Scottish, it's crap. So, all right. Metric is the answer there for you, Bella Charge. Syed Ahmad for $5 says, I have a question for Bev, right? You don't like left, right. You get confused with surveying, right? Am I Bev and I make things up, right?
Is that a question? But go on. Can you translate it for us?
You don't like the left, right? Let's get confused with surveying, right? I am Bev and I make things up, right? That's what he said there. So, yeah,
well, unless he is called Bev, other than that, he's correct. He's making shit up, you know.
Yeah. All right. So, Sir Pick-a-Pup the Benevolent, pretty nice there, £5. So it looks like he's
wow.
Sir
Coining
is in the UK. Says, may I apologize on behalf of UK people, please. Don't use Bev as a datum for our country. Well, that's a good one. Sleepy Dan says,
how much did he pay you? £5 to say that?
He did.
Wow! Look at the smile on your face. I'm not surprised. Look at that. Yeah.
Man.
Wow. Do you even know what he said or what he meant by it? Or like
he said, may I apologize on behalf of the UK. Please don't use Bev as a datum for our country.
Okay.
So apology accepted.
Okay, nice.
Sleepy Dan for $2 says, why don't flat earthers have a code of ethics? That's a good one. How come,
where are these
like
flat
for example,
earthers, right? Because the earth is got topography, right? We'll deal with that, shall we?
Yeah. So
it's not flat, right?
Do you think it's a sphere?
You know what flat is? Flat is a two-dimensional surface, and topography.
Do you think the Earth is a sphere?
Pardon?
Do you think the Earth is spherical, Beth?
Do you think the Earth is spherical?
Do you think the Earth is spherical,
Do you
Beth?
think the Earth is spherical, McToons?
Why won't you answer a simple yes/no question?
I'm just asking you. We all know. Do you think it's spherical?
All right. Of course it is. Now, what's your answer?
Spherical, with it like a sphere.
Oh, your answer is spherical. Excellent.
No. You think it's like a sphere, do you?
It has been measured to be spherical.
Oh, a radius.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. A radius is at the center of a sphere, right, or a circle.
Yes. I said spherical, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to be more particular, it's an ellipsoid.
Okay. So does that have a radius?
It has two radii. Yes.
Oh.
A polar radius and an equatorial radius.
Okay. So there's two different curvatures then. There's only two different curvatures. Where's that change in the curvature? Right. Where does that occur?
Close. They're very close. So depending on the level of accuracy you need, you can use a single radius, or you use both if you need to be more accurate, right?
Okay.
So it depends on the
just
margin
the two,
of error.
though, right? You just have the two.
No. Oh, it gets more complicated than that if you want, but that's okay.
No.
Bev, when you do a measurement,
just two will do.
You used to be a joiner. When you do a measurement and you look at the at your ruler, right?
Straight line distance.
Yeah. Yes. When you look at that, what's the margin of error when you have a ruler that goes to millimeters? What's the margin of error?
Well, it would be a millimeter, right?
A half a millimeter.
Well, half. Like, can you not get that close?
Yeah, when you have a measuring device, that has lines on the millimeters.
Yeah.
The margin of error is half of a millimeter.
Okay, so what about if it's got lines on the half millimeter then?
Then it's a quarter millimeter.
Right. So why is it at the half distance that your error?
It's because that's the accuracy of that instrument.
The accuracy is half of the distance of the grading.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this new to you?
Well, so
this seems new.
When you say I've got grading on my measuring staff there, that's a graded centimeter, right? So what are you saying the accuracy is for that?
If it's at a centimeter, if that's all that it has, and there's one line at 1 centimeter, one line at 2 centimeters.
Yeah.
Your margin of error is half of a centimeter.
No, I could get to the millimeter, right?
But you don't have markings on there for millimeter.
George, right?
George,
he's not right with the error there, margin, is he?
How do you do margin of error, George?
Well, generally what I do to get margin of error, you have to have several data points in order to do some statistics on it, so that you look at the mean, you average all the points to get the mean, and then you subtract all the data points from the mean to get what the variation is, and then just do a variational statistics on it to get what your RSSing is on the error. But the simple way, if you didn't want to do that, you can get a growth estimate by taking the mean and just subtracting all the data points from the mean, and then look for the max and the min on the difference of each data point from the mean, and then that would kind of give you an idea of what to expect in terms of error.
Right, sweet. But we're just talking about now doing like differential leveling, where you have a foresight and a backsight. Well,
on that,
so there's only like two measurements,
there's two sources of errors there. Is the one source of error, of course, is the limitation of your instrumentation. If you have using an auto level and you have a 1 arc second auto level.
No, well, you see, the main surveyor said he'd only go 30 meters away, 100 feet. Right, is the maximum distance he'd go. So we're talking about that sort of distance.
Right, yeah.
So I didn't say that. But what are you talking about? He didn't say that.
Who?
Again, that is taking also, that's taking the Earth curvature into account. You interrupted me before I finished. There's several sources that can cause an error in leveling. One is operator error. Another is the limitations of your equipment. And then the other is the earth curvature. Is generally you don't want to go much more than about 60, 70 meters tops in order to not have the earth's curvature affect your leveling.
Yeah, Jeff says he only goes over 30. Like, he wouldn't advise anybody to
That's
go
right.
over
It depends
30.
upon the level of accuracy that you
So that's
want.
what we're talking about, right? That margin of error. If you're looking over 30 meters with an auto level and you've got a staff that is graded in centimeters, right?
Well, do you understand
Toon
how
says
much?
the error margin is half a centimeter, 5 millimeters. Do you agree with that?
That's when you're doing a straight line measurement, like on a board or something there, Bev.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a graded staff, isn't it, in a vertical position? You're just looking through some crosshairs. The rod is vertical, and the crosshairs in the auto level, they're horizontal, right?
How far out do you want to go?
This is 30 meters. We're taking it with
Okay,
Jeff's
30
maximum.
meters. All right, I'll give you what it is. Hang on here.
You'll give me what? The maximum, the error margin.
Okay, yeah, the error that you're going to pick up in, let's see, and that's in meters, so we want to go to millimeters.
We're particularly talking
So
about
you're going to pick
the
up in
staff.
30 meters.
Just
in
listen.
30
Just listen.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want me to say this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. In 30 meters, the amount of curvature that you can pick up.
No, George, I think you've mistaken, mate.
Yeah,
No,
never mind.
you-
There's no point talking.
Yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, Bev, you don't want to learn. We got it. Okay.
No.
Let's move on.
He wasn't going to come up with anything like your 5 millimeters that you were
Yeah,
talking about.
because you
5
because he got
millimeters
confused.
is not what you're going to pick up. You're not going to pick up 5 millimeters.
I
in
know.
30 meters.
I
In
know
30
that.
meters, you're going to pick up 0.07 millimeters.
This go-
About a tenth of a millimeter. A little bit less than a tenth of a millimeter is the error that you'll pick up due to Earth's
Okay, right.
curvature
Yeah, but
in 30 meters.
Yeah, George, you're not getting what McToons was saying.
Yeah.
Well, then
Here's what
state
I
it
was
clearly.
saying. I was being very clear when measuring just a length, like on a board. Because I'm starting at the beginning, because you miss these things once they start getting more complicated, you get all confused. When you use just like a tape measure or a ruler that has markings at every millimeter, that ruler can measure length to 1/2 of a millimeter margin of error. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you're talking about doing survey work at 30 meters out, there's a whole bunch of other things that you need to calculate to get your margin of error.
But
Okay,
yeah,
so-
but I was
so
saying
they're not
my
directly
staff-
analogous.
My staff is only graded by the centimeter. Actually, I've got one that's graded at the 1/2 centimeter. But those ones that are graded at the centimeter won't mean that the error is 5 millimeters just because of the grading on the staff. That's
Right,
what
you
I was
have
saying.
to have you have to have finer graduations on your staff if you're going to do what you're trying to do in 30 millimeters. I mean, you can't. That's much too gross in order to make any sort of measurements on that staff. What you'd probably do is maybe put a piece of paper on that staff and make a mark with a fine pen or a pencil, and then go with that. I mean, you can't go with the markings on your staff to do leveling at distances of 30 millimeters. I mean, only if you're only trying to get within a centimeter, but with what you're trying to do in
30
splitting hairs and
30
stuff,
meters,
you're going to
George.
have to have much finer graduations than any of your standard surveying staffs.
Okay, so we were talking about my test, George, and we were talking about
So, yeah, it's a
establishing
good
a
question.
horizontal, right?
What's the margin of error on your auto level, considering things like the have you
I can
No.
address that, McToon.
yeah
I use auto levels.
yeah, so what model do you have there, Bev?
Oh, Beth. Okay.
Bev has a particular one that he owns
Yeah.
and likes to
Which one is it?
It's the AL32.
What manufacturer?
Dayton.
Oh, okay. I'm familiar with that one.
Oh, yeah. Probably been shown it before, right? Did George send you the email? Sorry, not George. Jeff.
George. Do you think George
John.
sent George an email? John.
No.
Yeah, John was the one that sent an email to
No,
them
I was
when
looking
showed
at
it on
purchasing.
Twitter.
I was looking at purchasing one of those several months ago, but then
From the UK.
I determined that the optics are substandard on
From
that
the
particular
UK.
model
You were
because
going to buy it from the UK, were you, George?
Yeah, yes, I was going to have Rumpus send it to me.
Oh, right.
But
And you
I
say, what's up
decided
with
after
it?
looking at it that it's much too cheap for what they claim it to be, that the optics are a bit substandard on the thing. It only has a 40 millimeter aperture, and to do a 32x auto level with a 40 millimeter aperture means that the image is going to be too dark to do what I want to do.
Okay. So what do you want to do with it?
Well, I want to be able to sight out. I was hoping to get something that might be equivalent to the Topcon ATG2 that I'm using, which is a 32X. I wanted a second one, but not spend as much money. But turns out if you want quality, you got to spend
So what
money.
do you want to do with it, George, was the question. What is it that
Well, I
you're
wanted
after
to get
doing?
lighter images. I wanted to get lighter images than what I've been getting taking out of the auto levels that I use. The images tend to be a bit dark when I'm sighting out at 6 miles. And
You sight 6
but I
miles
decided
with
I
an
don't
auto
need
level.
I don't need an auto level to do what I want to do. I just purchased a new Topcon GTS 3B, which is a 30 power theodolite, which is going to be much better than much more accurate. Well, not much more accurate, but will give me better images and give me self-correction that I can do each time I bring it out that you can't do with an auto level. An auto level, you have to calibrate it and hope it stays in calibration, whereas with the theodolite, you can self-calibrate it every time you bring it out into the field. So I'm going to be using a 1 arc second theodolite from now on rather than using an auto level.
Okay. So, George, when I call this surveying company up tomorrow to ask them about this level, what is it that you should think I should tell them about the substandard thing? Because they said to me it was the most accurate level they had for establishing a horizontal.
Yeah,
Like
well,
they said, George, it's within 1 millimeter over a 1 kilometer double run. Now, do you not think that's accurate enough or something?
Well, that's different than talking about setting accuracy. Setting accuracy, you do not get 1 millimeter.
It's a
sighting
tool
1
for
kilometer.
doing a job, right? That accuracy of 1 millimeter over a 1 kilometer double run is the accuracy it is to do the job it is determined to do.
Yes,
okay?
that's pretty standard. That's pretty standard for a 1 arc second auto level. It'll do
For
the
a
job
32
for you,
times
yeah.
scope auto level, yeah. For establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right, George?
At your point of where you set it up, yes, you
Right.
can set up a horizontal plane, but you cannot. Well, I'd have to see how far out do you want to establish that horizontal
Over a
plane?
mile, George. We want 3
can't do
points on the same
You can't do it.
horizontal over 1 mile.
And how do you how are you proposing to do that?
To get surveyors to come and establish
He's going to hire
a horizontal
a professional surveyor.
Yeah.
Yes, but I mean, how do you propose that they're going to do that? A surveyor is going to tell you to go
don't know,
take a
like
hike.
you're
gonna
the
try
one
to get a
that's-
horizontal plane established over 1 mile.
They're going to tell us to what, George?
Take a hike.
What, do you say they can't do it or what?
Not the way that I've heard you proposing how you want it done.
I just want them to establish a horizontal over 1 mile.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, they could bring a theodolite, a very accurate theodolite, and establish a horizontal plane over 1 mile. It's going to cost you a pretty penny to do that because that's probably going to take a good afternoon to set up and do.
Just an afternoon. With a theodolite.
Yeah, an afternoon, maybe a day. I don't know. It just depends upon the terrain that you're setting this on.
Okay. How much would you charge for doing that?
I don't know. I don't charge professionally for this sort of thing.
Okay, so you do it. You do it
So
for
I
nothing.
don't hire out. I don't
Bev,
hire
when
out.
you
Not a
when
serv-
you call them, they'll answer that question.
Yeah, they
Right?
will.
You say,
They're-
I want you
yeah,
to
they-
do this,
Yeah.
and what's going to be the fee, right?
Yeah.
And I'm surprised you've done none of this background work at all yet. You've been talking
Whoa.
Actually,
a long time
McToon,
about doing
I,
this.
You
I have
assume a
worked
lot.
with surveyors, and my guess would be that you're probably looking at $1,500 to probably $2,000 for the day to do that.
Yeah.
So they could definitely do it, right, George?
Yes, they could definitely do it.
Now, have you heard Jesse Kozlowski say that the water level will drop away from horizontal at a certain rate? You know, he comes out with some
water
numbers.
level, like filling a garden hose full of water and trying to look at the level of the water on both ends?
Yeah, that's a water level, right?
Yeah, okay. So, say you have 2 points.
Yeah, we've got 3 points. We've just got 3 points.
Well, let's just first address 2 points.
Okay. Which ones are these? The 2 outside points?
Yeah, the end points of your water level.
Yeah, 1 mile.
Garden,
yeah.
Whatever filled with water. You have point A and you have point B. All right, you're at point A. You
Can you see my picture there up on the screen? Because there's like a water level there. It's point A, B, and C.
Yeah. Okay, so what's your question?
Well, you're trying to say about point A and point B and point C. They're on that drawing, right?
Well, I can't make it out to it. So not? B is in the middle?
Yep. And that's 1 mile. And then the purple one, can you see the purple?
Yeah. No, I see your diagram.
Okay.
No, that's perfectly fine for a flat Earth, but that's not the way it's going to end up being.
Okay, so what would be different?
The water levels will all be the same, but it's not going to prove anything for you.
Would it be on a horizontal plane? It will prove that
it doesn't prove. No. The result will be the same whether you're on a horizontal plane or
not a geometric proof, right?
No, it's not geometric proof. You don't get it. That test that you have outlined there in that diagram, those water levels will all be at the same height. The ones in the middle.
We'll be checking them against the horizontal, right? We've just established.
Why are you so rude? Why
A, B, and C.
You're always this way. This is why I have difficulty.
You're just forgetting what we've just talked about.
Flat earther. They don't understand things. And
did you just call me a flat earther when I've just said many times?
You are a flat earther. Yeah, you are
many times.
So
there
all
is
flat
topography.
Earthers have this
not
problem
flat.
that they're
it's
rude
not two-dimensional.
They don't
it's
understand
three-dimensional.
these things, and they
have
this belief
above
that they want to. They want
it's a distance
desperately
above
prove to be
the
true,
datum,
but they can't. So all right, flat earther Bev.
That's very childish,
go ahead, George.
Right? Very childish.
I don't, McToon. I don't use these this type of format. Is there a way for? Okay, I see a screen share. If you want, I could screen share something, but just real quick, just trying to do this in words. Is the diagram that Bev has there? Is there some way of blowing that up so we can all see it in detail?
Well, not easily.
Okay.
Bev could share his screen.
It's not my screen, it's my camera.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. So,
what do you mean?
Well, hopefully people can see what he has there. Is he has a set of 3 water levels. There's one that goes, say, from the starting point A to the middle. Then from the middle, we'll call that point B. He's got another one going from B over to C at the end of the run.
The purple one's the same.
He has an overall water level that goes from A to Z.
Yeah, the purple one's all the same body. And then there's a red one and a blue one that check the outside to the center. Okay?
Yes. Okay. Now, you're going to fill these tubes, hoses, or whatever you have there with water.
Yep.
And you're going to fill them so that the water level at A, the one going from A to B, is at the same height as the one going from A to C. And then you're going to go to the middle. You're going to fill the level at B so that its height agrees with the water level that goes from A to B. And then you have a riser in the middle of the one that goes from A to C, and you're going to fill it so that
No, they're all the same. That's one body. That purple one's one water level, right? One body of water on the purple, and then there's one body of water in the red, one body on the blue.
That's what I was describing. Yep. Okay, now, what I have been trying to tell you for months is when you get the levels, the water heights, which you call the level.
So you've been trying to tell me for months, George.
We've never told you shut up, Bev. Jesus, let me finish.
No, he's just said he's been trying to tell me for months. I haven't talked to George about this. That's a lie, George.
We've had a discussion about this on
Yeah, we've had a little time, not a month.
All right, Bev.
Okay.
We've never had this discussion. Okay.
We've had this discussion once.
All right.
And you went on a meltdown.
You're right, Bev. Hey, I concede, Bev. You're right. I was wrong. This is the first time we've ever discussed this. Okay, let's move on. Now, you're going to adjust the heights of the waters in these hoses so that they match.
We're just going to fill them up. Yeah.
Which should take 2 minutes is going to take an hour here with Bev, I can tell.
All right, Bev, stop talking. If you can't be an adult and let him finish his point, I'll mute you so that he can do that. But I'd rather not have to treat you like that much of a child.
All right. So you can fill the tubes up so that you can see the water levels, the heights in these riser tubes matching with one another. And Bev is claiming that after this is said and done, that if you go to the middle, you're going to see that all the water heights are going to match. All the water heights at C are going to match, and at A are going to match. Hence, the Earth. This proves geometrically that the Earth is flat.
No, the water level is horizontal, George. I've never claimed that. That flat word that you keep using, right? I don't use it.
All right. Okay.
Actually, you do, Bev.
Where?
You do. Where? All right, I'll show you.
Go on. You dig like an old tweet.
For a long story short, Bev.
Yeah.
Is on a curved Earth, a spherical Earth, the same thing will happen. So you cannot conclude.
How can you have a straight line?
Well, see, this is the problem that we've always been faced with, is you don't understand gravitational equal potentials, that the water levels all seek the same level on a gravitational
be the same horizontal though, George. Shared, straight line.
Okay, now, if you do this on a surveying, after you've had a surveyor establish a straight tangent line or your horizontal line, and you set your tubes up, and you fill them, that will not happen.
That won't happen.
That is the issue. No, it will not happen. Those water levels will not be the same at point C and point B as they are at A. They will not match.
Okay, so you've made your prediction, right? Yeah, that's the test. We get the horizontal set. Then we put these tubes up, and then we fill it
for months. Why don't you go out and do it? Quit jawing about it. Get up off the couch and do it.
He hasn't even done the footwork to find out how much it might cost to have a professional do this. But Bev, I am showing you.
Tunes. Sorry, what was that you say?
I am showing you on the screen right here.
Footwork.
Where you said it was flat.
Yeah.
You said
wow. March 13th, 2019.
So now you said you never said the Earth is flat. And here it is. You have said the Earth is flat.
See, can you see above it? But water is level, right? Yes. And flat.
Oh.
No, level, but not
level.
Flat.
Level is a curve. Yeah, level is a curve as measured. It's been measured.
Look, water
I will make a
level,
prediction
right?
here for
you, Bell. Yes, and flat. So where are you saying that? What does that flat in that sentence mean?
Bev?
Here's the deal, Bev. You claimed that you never said the Earth is flat, and I'm showing you the tweet.
The water. Water.
Look at the picture. Look at the picture. Where is a red background with white text that says the Earth is flat. That's your picture in your tweet.
That's
you
just
said
a meme. Flat. Water. Flat.
Hey, McToon?
Yes.
I want to make a prediction for Bev here. I'll tell you, Bev,
Yeah.
if you take your water levels, those 3 water levels, set them up as you did, and you set them up so that the risers are all matched along a straight line.
Yeah, we'll get the surveyors to do that horizontal.
Yes, you have a surveyor set up that horizontal line, and you set your risers up, and you fill the tubes at point A. When you get to point B, you'll find that the water levels will be below, a little bit below the tangent line or your horizontal line, and when you go out to sea, it'll be even lower more.
Brilliant. That's exactly what Jesse Kozlowski said, right?
Okay, well then we're in agreement.
All right, well let's go to C, right? And then look at the water level.
Perform the test. You
right?
can
Yeah,
talk
but
about
George,
it all you want.
George,
you do the test,
George,
you don't
when we go
be.
to C, what happens with the water level?
I'm telling you.
What?
The blue and the purple there at C will be below, as in lower.
Okay, but
what
when you get there,
gap
George,
between the horizontal and the height of the water. They will not coincide with one another.
When you get to C and you are standing at C, what is A?
A is where whatever you.
So that would be higher then, would it? Still.
No, not higher. No, not higher.
So what would happen then?
No. If you set your horizontal line at A.
No, you go all the way to C and then you go back to close your loop. When you are surveying, George.
No, we're not talking about closing a loop or surveying. We're talking about your water level. I'm just telling you.
No, we're talking about the surveyors that have set the horizontal. They've had to close their loop in order to get that sorted, right?
Why do you think you get to tell surveyors how to do their job?
You just let the surveyors set a horizontal line for you that goes out from A.
Yeah.
Once that's done, done. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you have a horizontal line that starts at A and goes outward towards C.
Right, and then so it would still be horizontal at C.
Coincide with C.
Wouldn't it, George?
Will you please shut up a moment?
Would it be horizontal?
Gosh, you are so rude. You're always rude.
Shush.
This is why people don't like talking.
Come on, Bev. Be an adult. Shut the mouth. Listen with your ears. All right, go, George.
All right, thank you. Now, you're going to have a surveyor. We'll go through it one more time. You're going to have a surveyor set his equipment up at A and establish and set a horizontal line for you that's going to extend way out to C or past C.
And it would be horizontal when it got to C.
And it will be horizontal. That's what I just said.
Brilliant.
He's going to set a horizontal line from you beginning at A and going out towards C. All right, now you set up your water levels. You fill the pipes up back at A so that the heights of the water at A coincides with the horizontal line that the surveyor set for you. Okay, now you've got your pipes all filled. The heights of the water at A agrees with the horizontal line established by the surveyor. Now, the claim is, you're claiming that by the time you get to C, that those water levels are also going to coincide with the horizontal. And I say they will not. I say they will be lower, and the amount that they will be lower will agree with 8 inches per mile squared. So you go out a mile, those water levels in that pipe will be below the horizontal line set by the surveyors by 8 inches.
Okay, so when you come here though, right, and this horizontal line is still there, right, and the water you say is dropped away from the horizontal.
Yep.
This water over here, but you're over here now, right? Where would that be?
Horizontal is to 1 point. Horizontal is just a reference at 1 point.
You've already established there is one horizontal that goes all the way here. So it's still horizontal here. That's what we said. We sorted
at what point? At what point is that horizontal established? Horizontal is only good for 1 point. at A, right?
It's still
is
horizontal
at
here,
A.
though. I did check because it's a horizontal line.
So now, if you told the surveyors, I want you to establish a horizontal, they're going to need to know which point. You're going to say point A.
Do you reckon?
Now, if you want them, well, you could pick B or C, right? But now, if you wanted,
no, do you reckon that's what they'd say?
They also could, at your discretion, establish a horizontal at point C. Now, that's going to establish different horizontals because there's different points. So
don't go there, McToon. He doesn't get that.
Oh, and it's too much.
So we do need to get going. He's warning you, Toons. He's warning you.
Yeah.
Dodgy territory there.
I'm going to ask you. WS is wondering, Bev, what's the drop over 100 meters on the globe?
On whose globe?
On the globe. That is the one that's been measured and it's been established for thousands of years.
Which globe?
What is the drop at 100 meters?
That one behind you.
If you can't calculate it,
you've
just
got
say
two
you can't
behind
do the
your
math.
head. You've got two behind your head. That globe.
Bev,
100 meters on that globe.
If you can't understand it, just deflect again.
I'm asking you.
McToon?
Which globe?
You can't.
The drop at 100 meters, McToon, the drop at 100 meters is 0.78 millimeters.
The drop of the level away from the horizontal, or the drop of the horizontal.
The drop of level away from the horizontal. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So Saeed Ahmed is wondering, or saying, Bev's degree must be in interrupting debaters and not letting them answer questions he asks, right? Oh. That would be, I don't know what university offers. What offers?
I thought this was just a chat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a debate. We just say debate as kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing. So digital demonic,
more entertainment then, right?
That's what I typically mark them as entertainment, sometimes education. But anyway, digital demonic Davros says, do I need to come in there and yell at Bev?
Does he dare come in?
There's enough. Does he?
But Bev, the short of it, the short version here is, Bev, I encourage you to go and do your test. Get it done.
Brilliant.
You will find that if you have a surveyor set you a horizontal line beginning at A.
Yeah.
Start at
all the way across.
And you do your and you fill your tubes with water.
Yep.
And back at A, if the height of the water is at the same height as the horizontal line that they set up, you want the tops of those water heights
like a level
at A to agree with your horizontal line.
Yeah.
Then by the time you get out to sea, there's going to be a gap between the height of the water in the tubes and your horizontal line by the amount of 8 inches. And the middle, the gap will be 2 inches.
Okay, George, you're not a surveyor. What are you even doing here, man?
Exponential. Wait a minute, George. Wait a minute, Clary. We were just on our way back. We were just on our way back, George.
It goes as the square of the distance. So
on the way back,
drop back by half.
What happens to the water, George? What happens to the water level on the way back?
What do you mean on the way back?
Well, you've got a horizontal set here.
No, listen, Bev. Listen a minute.
Yeah.
We said all you do is you set your horizontal line that goes out to a mile.
Yeah, like this one here.
All the way across. You fill your tubes with water. You have the top of the water levels on the tubes.
Like
at
A. It's filled up there.
And you don't have to worry about
filled
anything
up here
else.
as well.
All you do is, oh my God. Why can't one speak with you on a show, Bev? Why are you so damn rude all the time?
Sorry, George.
Why are you so damn rude is the question to you, Bev.
Why? I don't consider myself rude. What do you consider rude?
I think
demeaning people who are carers. Oh, I think that's pretty rude.
Yeah.
What are these insults all about? All this name calling, McToon, with this, you're a flat earther. You know, I didn't know it was going to be like this. I guess when you guys start losing.
Cleary, he is a flat earther.
No,
I'm not. I've said multiple times. I am not.
Declared it.
Define your concept of flat Earth. Can you tell me what your concept of flat Earth is?
That would be that the overall shape of the Earth being flat.
What Earth? The ground?
Yeah, it's play semantics games, I guess. You learn from Bev, huh?
No. I'm asking you, what is your concept of flat Earth? The overall Earth being flat.
The flying space pizza idea.
Flying space pizza. See, now that's why you think it's silly, because you think it's a flying space pizza. When in reality,
I say that to be silly, but yeah, the idea is silly because you've not got any measurements to support your.
Actually, every single measurement ever taken is of a horizontal plane based on sea level, and I guess that's why the main surveyor ran away. But yeah, you're not measuring curve, are you?
Yes,
are
you can measure curve. You absolutely can measure curve. Yeah.
Who is measured curve?
And you can see that the main surveyor did that in several of his
videos. He's doing reciprocal leveling, and he's trying to infer that he's measuring curvature, talking about tilt, trying to confuse.
Tell you what, I'll show you. I'll show everybody here exactly because let's see, he's got a nice
Jesse
one
did
there.
The same thing, talking about tilt. Never said curvature, but everybody out there is going, "Oh my God, they measured tilt. We live on a ball." No. They're tricking you. And they tricked George and had him out there on the lake shooting 6 miles across, thinking he's measuring curvature.
How would you measure curve?
You can't.
That's a damn good question.
Yeah, well, Bev,
ask George.
When you say you can't, you are presuming something. So now, if it
measure
curve,
you measure point to point distance. Toon.
Point to point.
So that's
distance.
Yeah. Well, you measure point to point.
What do you mean point to point distance?
Well,
you said that's what
differential
you
leveling.
What sort of leveling are you doing?
Leveling is not.
What do you know about leveling?
So one way would be to see if at a distance the horizon is at the same plane.
What is that, optical effect? How far away is that?
See this? Right? See this? What do you think this is? A distance, right? You measure a distance on this thing.
That's an elevation. Yes, that's elevation.
It's
elevation.
Distance,
so
right?
You measured deviation from the horizontal, and that's called elevation.
Yes.
So where's the curvature?
So the curve. Well, if Bev ever does this thing that he's been refusing to do forever, and if he gets a professional surveyor, if he ever gets a surveyor to
refusing,
do it,
who are you?
Bev, I'm so, did the middle of my sentence
just
interrupt
in the middle
of
of lying about something
Bev,
again.
If you ever decide to do it, because you won't do it, I know you won't, but that's fine. You won't ever get a professional surveyor to go and establish a horizontal, as you say.
Yeah. So, the main surveyor said you can do that. George
no, I think he's threatening to call all of the surveyors around the area, so we can't.
I'm telling you that I don't believe you will ever get a professional surveyor to do it. Now, prove me wrong. Please would you show that I'm wrong?
Why would you think we can't get a professional surveyor to establish three points
professional
on
surveyor?
A horizontal? Why do you not think that possible?
Yeah, survey. You don't think surveyors can do their job?
I think they can, but I don't think Bev ever will. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you don't worry about
that. He's never
going
to do it.
Yeah, he'll
never going to do it.
He wants to make sure you guys understand that there's going to be professional surveyors out there, so you guys don't whine and complain that he did it wrong.
Yep. So anyway, let's see. I do need to get moving here. I have another debate later today, and I got some family stuff here. So
hey, I'm sorry I'm late, McToon. I got stuck at work in the rain, and anyway, here I am.
That's
finally.
okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. We got George to take in. So take up the spot here. For the main survey, he told me yesterday he had only an hour, and you could tell his Wi-Fi, not his Wi-Fi. He was on cellular the whole time. I think he was traveling, and then started to get to a bad signal there.
Man, I couldn't get Zoom to work on my phone. I use Discord all day long, but I couldn't get Zoom to work.
Yeah, we do have a couple more questions here, if you don't mind. Tim Pryor says Bev will never find his soulmate unless there's somebody out there with the name horizontal or level. Bev has a soulmate. Bev, right?
That's pretty childish if whoever said that, right?
That was Tim Pryor.
Wow, Tim.
So
how much did he give you to do that? To say that?
That was 5 simoleons.
Wow, what's that?
Yeah.
Do you know what
money
that is?
Well spent.
Simoleons. So Jess says, miles, feet, dollars. Is Bev really in the UK?
I would yes. Like what?
Okay.
Wow, how much did he?
Hey, we got
how much
we got a straight answer for that.
Wow,
Lael is
did he
here.
seriously go to pay you to ask?
Yes, she
Wow,
did.
nice.
Jess, that's and she's lost the Ika-G. It's gone. The Ika-G has gone. So Lael is here, says, Toon, can you ask Jeff my prior super chat before he leaves? And we missed it. And that was the one that that George answered.
Oh dear.
So
McDoon?
yes.
I just quickly put something up in Paint, and I can screen share. It's a very simple little diagram. I'll explain to everybody what's going to happen, and this will just take a minute or two.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, let's see here. Okay. You can tell me when the screen is coming through. I just did a screen share. Is it not coming through?
Yep, we got it.
All right. Top, we have A and we have C. The blue shows the water level. All right. Bev is going to have a surveyor set out a horizontal tangent line, or a horizontal line going from A to C. That's the black mark. Okay.
Yeah.
That's our horizontal. Now, Bev is going to take this water level, fill it up so that the top of the water level coincides with the horizontal line at A. And then he expects to go out to C and see that the water level at C, in that water level, the water itself will agree with the horizontal tangent. That's his claim. Our claim is what's going to really happen.
Wow.
Is
Whoa, Judge. Can
No,
you just
shut
say,
up.
don't
Shut
say
up.
our
Quiet.
claim.
Bev, be quiet.
All right,
Please.
let him speak for everyone then. Go on.
All right. So, for those of us that understand that the Earth is curved, this is what's actually going to happen. You're going to have your water level go from A to C. You're going to fill it up at A, so it agrees with the horizontal tangent, or the horizontal line, and then the water will seek its own level so that the height of the water pipe at A, the water at the top of the pipe is going to be at the same height at C above the curvature of the Earth, and there will be a gap between the height of the water at C and the horizontal line.
Hey,
and
George,
that amount will be 8 inches in a mile. If
8
you go
inches.
back to point B, it will be 2 inches to the point where you get to A, that there won't be any gap. So the further you go out
That's
from A
fantastic, George.
towards C, the more of a gap there will be between the top of the water on the water level and the
So, George,
horizontal
when it
line.
looks like your first drawing, when it looks like that, what are you going to say?
Oh, I'll concede. I'll say the Earth is flat. And I'll scream from the rooftops.
The
There
Earth
we
won't
go.
be flat though, George. It won't make the Earth flat. There will still be mountains and valleys.
Yes. We
Yes.
get it.
It will just make
Yeah, we
level
get that.
horizontal,
We get
right?
that.
Will you
Okay,
admit
I'll
that?
declare that the Earth is not a spherical planet.
You-
How's that?
Declare that level is horizontal, right? Because that's what the test is, right? It's a test to show that level is horizontal.
It's simple.
All right, fine. If you want to define it that way, fine. Okay.
Thank you. You know, like, that's one of the worst logical fallacies I've ever seen in my life, and I tried to stop you, because I'm sure there's going to be lots of people that think it's crazy, right?
All right, Bev, I'd
Drop
love
in.
to see. I'd love to see what happens when you call them up and see what I'm all for doing that.
Yeah. Why are you showing that thing that Casey's done, where she's bent?
Yeah. So
Is
that
what
is
you
the
what
prediction.
you imagine?
That is the globe prediction. That
Are you
is the
sure?
globe prediction.
Have you seen
I'm-
all of those at different water levels?
I'm
Toons?
sure that is the globe
Have
prediction.
you seen that those are water levels? They all the
will
different
clarify.
colours.
I will clarify again. I am sure that is the globe prediction.
Okay, brilliant. So when that doesn't happen, and we find out, will you be the same as George? Will you say, Wow.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank
Great,
you.
guys. Good talking to you.
Yeah.
Glober Mom is wondering, who's FTFE? Isn't he Batman?
What's that mean?
Oh, he was on here last week as Batman. I mean, Batman was on here not as FTFE. Don't worry.
Okay.
These are not the droids you're
Is
looking
that,
for.
I think that's Glober Mom that had the a titty comparison with Fight the Flat Earth. Is it?
Oh, so you're going to go with the... All right.
No, she sent me a tweet asking me to compare them.
Okay. JL Warren is wondering, hey, Bev, I'd like to understand what personal belief is justified by your need for the Earth to be flat. What is your personal belief?
I'll say it again.
That makes you need it.
I will say it again. I do not think that the Earth is flat. I think surveying actually shows through topography that it is not flat, because flat is a two-dimensional surface.
Yes,
it's obviously not. Okay.
When we say flat, as just a common parlance way of not saying lots and lots of words, when we say Earth is flat or flat earther, we do mean that you think horizontal is level. So just take that.
Well, no, there's a correlation with the with the
drop that in.
Well,
there's
okay.
a correlation with
it's
the space pizza and all those silly little images out there. You know, that's what people say about a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's just said that level being horizontal. If you think that, then you're a flat earther, right? That's how you interpret it.
When I say flat earther, I'm okay with your personal definition of that being that you think that level is horizontal.
Okay.
So substitute that in. Mm-hmm. We're just using those words because we need some words for common parlance that people can all generally use without being super wordy.
You need to try and demean us by labeling us with something,
calling you a flat
and you are
earther,
using
is
level
not,
being
is,
horizontal in order to label us with something that we say we're not.
I'm not going to say your level is horizontal earther. I'm just going to say flat earther. Okay. And so every time you hear me say flat earther, substitute in what you think you are. Okay.
But see, you guys try to say, these guys are just stupid flat earthers. Before I got on here, I heard you guys saying that. I was like, somebody one time tweeted Australia doesn't exist, and a silly little thing somebody may have said. And you try to put that on a person you label as a flat earther, that they said all of these things that all of these thousands of people may have said at one time. That's what you guys want to label that person with, all of that baggage. So it's not about that.
How about just call them non-globers?
Yeah, we say globe deniers it's another way. So I think that's
Or you can just call yourself a globe lover, a globe model lover.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. McToon. As an aside, somebody in chat was asking what my shirt says. It's a joke. It says "Make Donald Trump again." It was a shirt given to me during the last election, and I didn't realize I had it on.
Hey, nice shirt, Bev. What does that say?
Well, that says
MEUK on Discord on the level.
There you go. So what is your personal belief that requires you that gives you the need, Bev, to think that level is horizontal?
Somebody accused me of being a child abuser for thinking that level was horizontal.
I'm asking again. I'll ask again, and maybe you can answer this question instead of a different question. What J.L. Warren would like to understand what personal belief is justified by your need for level to be horizontal.
A belief. Sorry, say that again. Go on, break it down. What personal belief do I need to hold?
Yeah, what personal belief is justified by your need for level to be horizontal?
I don't have any belief that is justified for any need for level to be level just is horizontal, right?
Yeah, just reality.
That's just quite a plain concept. Hey, Bev? Right, yeah.
Surf Act out asks in the chat, and this is good. This is tit for tat. Suppose you do the test and it comes out as I predicted. What would you do?
Sorry?
Well, are you willing to make a declaration that you're going to give up this flat?
Oh, yeah, right. If there is a measured drop of the water level that defies all known logic and geometry, right? If that happens, I will be
geometry.
I love
a
that.
Go ahead.
millionaire because I will be a convert and I will be the one globe. I would know, right, that there is a tilt.
Well, time to go and do it, Bev.
Yeah.
Time to go and do it.
That
Time
sounds
to
exciting.
stop jawing about it and go do it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so
that's your advice, right? Let's do this test.
Yeah.
Right.
You've heard
Call
it
them
here,
tomorrow.
everybody. Bev, you've heard it here.
I'll tweet you here in a couple days to see how you're doing. I'm excited for this. I'm with you.
Actually,
And
tomorrow
so
I'm going
in
to
a
be
couple
calling
days-
up the surveying, the company that I got
Excellent.
the level from, and like recommending what George says to them, and just making sure that the tool is capable of establishing a horizontal, right? Because George, you say
hold on.
it's not right.
Are you going to use?
Well,
are you gonna
George,
use this
George
auto
has
level,
casted.
or
George
or
has
are you
casted
going
doubt
to
over
hire?
the.
Hold on. Are you going to hire a professional surveyor, or are you going to do it yourself? Because you're not a professional surveyor. So which one is it going to be? You doing it?
Can I not
as a not professional
Can I
surveyor?
not do it
or
first?
professional surveyor.
Can I not do it first or after, or at the same time? Can I not do it ever?
You have said,
am I not allowed to do it ever?
You have
Can
said
I not make sure
that
the
you were
tool
going to
I've
have
got
them
is
do
good
it?
enough to do the job?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can follow and check the professional surveyor, but none of us, and I will say this again, none of us will depend on your competency to establish a
And
horizontal.
why would you say that, George?
So,
Because could you do it,
hire-
George?
Hire a
George?
professional surveyor.
Yeah,
Yes, I
George,
could do it.
Professional
George could
surveyor.
do it. George could do it. He's not a professional surveyor.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll go with this. If George did it, if George was the surveyor that did,
I do actually
the
have
horizontal-
qualifications in surveying, right?
Yeah, you know no.
What do you mean no?
So-
Yeah, I do.
You took
You
a test.
know
you
we
took a
do.
GCSE test.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bev, if
yeah.
you're going to do it,
You want to try asking me the full thing, right? Because I did a 2-year course with land
I'll
surveying.
tell you
Two-year
what, Bev,
course.
if you're
We
going
got
to
a chance
do it,
to put another
you document
test,
exactly what you've done. You document by
Have you,
videoing-
George? What's
video-
your? Tell him what your qualifications are in surveying.
No, let's not go there.
Have you not
All
got
we're
any?
saying-
Not even
No,
like a
no,
beginner
no,
one.
Look it, I'm not
Like
the
a
one
really,
doing the
really basic
I'm not
surveying
doing
one.
the one doing the
Come on,
test.
George.
test,
All
Bev.
I'm saying, this is
Come
your
on,
test, Bev.
like a
You
elementary
document
one.
it, you film it. You give us
Like
video
year
to
7.
show us how you're establishing the horizontal, and then we will review it to see.
Did
if
you not even get a high
we
school
determine
surveying
whether or not you've
certificate?
done it competently. That's all.
What about you, McToons? Did
I'm
you
not
do it?
taking your word for it that you established a true horizontal. I just can't take your word for it.
Okay,
I've
so
seen you in
the
action.
I know
before.
you've said that the tool can't establish the tool, so I'm going to call them up and make sure that the tool can establish a horizontal plane of reference, right?
Yeah, there are some globe lovers who have said that they would like to come and participate and be there so that later on they're not coming back and second guessing it because
Well,
they're
I'll tell
actually
you
going
what,
to be
I'll,
there.
I'll make you an offer. You do a GoFundMe or whatever, and you pay for half the trip, and I will take up
George,
the other half.
I'm not
money to come
paying
pay
for you to
UK
have a
to
holiday
supervise the
to come
test.
and just obfuscate.
No, I'm not going to obfuscate.
All right, so
Set
we-
it up. I will oversee
I
it.
think-
I will.
I think what we've done is we've determined that you have no intention of having a professional surveyor doing it.
I think,
And you're
I
instead
think
going
you've
to
just
have
made
your-
that
Your
up.
not
McToons.
professionalism.
You
do
have
it.
just fabricated that completely.
Oh, so
is
you
it,
are
is it
going to
scary?
hire.
Is it
You are
scary
going to
to
hire
think
a
that
professional surveyor.
to think that a surveyor could establish
you-
a horizontal
could you just
and we could put
be
a hose
clear?
pipe next to it? I bet it's
Just
scary,
be clear on
right?
this, Bev. Are you going to hire a professional surveyor to establish a
Yes,
level?
we've already
Yeah.
said that. We would. There are
Okay,
certain people who would not believe that it was possible for
Yep.
somebody
Yeah, okay.
like
We're
me
good.
to be able to establish a horizontal. Now, I can check it
That's correct,
afterwards,
yes.
can't I? I'm allowed
Absolutely.
to check it, and I'm allowed to have a go
You can do
first
all
as
the
well, aren't
checking
I?
you want. Bev, you are allowed to do all the
Okay.
checking and supervision that you want.
Okay, so if I let's say if I establish it first, and I make these 3 marks, and then say to the surveyors, "Hey guys, can you come and check these?" What would you say then? Would that be okay?
Hmm.
Would they be allowed to then come and check?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we could even establish this and keep it as a benchmark that anybody could come and check against as well.
Wow,
couldn't
that'd
we?
be great. Yeah.
Sure. That's
Yeah.
fine. Like I said, I would be willing to fund half the trip myself as long as you're willing to have some skin in the game and you get me funding to pay for half the trip. I'll come and supervise it myself, along with your professional surveyors.
Okay. So a horizontal is definitely a straight line, right, George?
Oh my gosh. Of course.
Horizontal is a plane.
Brilliant.
It's a plane.
George said, of
If you
course.
want
All right, well,
an
a
agreement?
horizontal line, yes, it's a straight line.
Fantastic.
All right, I need to move on here. So if you guys just want to listen and stick around, or say goodbyes now, but I'm gonna read out the rest of the super chats because they came in, man.
Wow.
They came in.
Rocking. Is it
And,
profitable tonight?
It is rocking.
It
man.
normally gets.
So
you normally get loads when we challenge you really well because you have to have this sort of thing. You have to say these things, right?
I have to say.
Let's
these
go.
things.
Yeah. I mean, they pay you so you can say these.
Oh
things,
yeah,
right?
yeah. That is the social contract.
Yeah.
They pay me to say things.
And
Yes.
you got to
Now, if
smile.
it's-
It
if
must
it's
be
too
good.
rude,
Pay
if it's
pay
too
well
rude,
tonight.
I won't say it. I won't say it. So
Yeah.
all right, we've got now I'm terrible at your accent here. So I don't even know where you're from. I'm terrible. I don't even know where accents in England are. I have seen the movie and the play My Fair Lady, but anyway, level is not horizontal, says the snark.
Wow.
There you go.
Okay.
Say
so
hi,
does
Wow.
hi,
surveying.
Snark.
So
Cheers.
does surveying. Surveying says the same. So Jess, for the one who missed the IKG, says establish a horizontal is next in version 2. And she had tried to do an accent thing.
That's
but
an
I can't
auto
do,
level.
so-
That.
Yep. So B-Ball for Life says Bev has been talking about this test for months. When are we going to see results? Tomorrow. He's calling them. He's calling them B-Ball for Life, and he will then know how much it will cost and whether or not.
No,
they
no.
can
I
do
said
it.
I'll
That'll be
call
excellent.
the auto level people just to make sure because George has
Oh,
seriously
so when-
questioned the.
When are you going to call
capability.
the professional
Oh,
surveyors?
we've been
in your
calling
area.
all sorts of surveyors all over the place,
All
right?
types of people.
But you don't have any pricing yet.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
there's loads. We've got loads of different prices, yeah, from loads of different surveyors.
Oh, and so what's kind of the range?
That's
Is
a
you-
huge
at the
range.
beginning?
Yeah, yeah, massive. Like some of them 3,600. Oh yeah,
Absolutely, yeah.
place
Pounds or
like
dollars?
you. Yeah, yeah.
Yep. All right, so let's see. Svein. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry if I get this wrong. Svein Arngrimson for 750 ISKs.
Wow.
I don't know what the Swedish is. That
Don't even-
Swedish.
You'll take
kroners.
it anyway,
Let's
though,
let's
right?
Go with,
you get
let's
your,
go with Swedish
you'll get
kroners.
You'll get it
Bev
eventually.
has yeah. Bev has a thing for horizontal. I hope his partner is more into vertical. I don't know. I don't want to know about that kind of geometry, Bev. No need.
No, I'm a carer for her, so. She's
Okay.
mainly horizontal, right?
Take it. It did not want to know. All right. Oh, UTB Doug says for £5 says paying £5 for Bev to shut the hell up for a minute while the grown-ups are talking.
Wow. Yeah, yeah. I like that. This sounds
Which way
pretty
is-
profitable, this, right?
It is. It's going great. Digital Demonic Davros again for 5 Australian says I am still at your disposal to yell at Bev for 15 minutes so this goes viral.
McToon, I just want
Yes.
to reiterate something here. Rumpus wants me to make sure people understand this.
Rumpus?
Is that,
What?
yeah, well, he Skyped me here.
I'm making a brew.
That-
This must be really important.
Let me just state
Oh,
this.
yeah.
It'll just take 30 seconds. Is that the water levels on your risers in your water level those levels will all be the same, whether you're on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. The only thing that's going to change is the gap or the distance between the top of the water in the water levels and the horizontal tangent that the surveyors are going to establish. But the water levels on each of the risers will all be the same, irregardless of being on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. They will not change. And so you can't conclude anything from that.
Wait a minute, George. One of them would be horizontal, right?
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to
go. What do you mean it doesn't matter? One of them would be horizontal, and the other one would drop away from the horizontal.
Anything is by looking at the gap between.
Rumpus just told you to say that.
And the horizontal. Yeah, that's your claim, but we're saying that's not the case.
That wasn't what you were saying before. You were saying before, like Jesse Kozlowski said, there is a drop from the horizontal. You even drew a drawing.
There is, yes, a drop from the horizontal.
How is that at the same level? Because you said there was a drop of 2 inches and 8 inches.
See, he just doesn't get it.
It can't be the same. It can't be straight and curved at the same time.
Geometry. You guys think level is a curve? You think it wraps around like a tire?
Literally, the entire field of surveying agrees with the level being a curve.
The level follows the curve of the Earth. The horizontal does not.
Yeah, why don't you go and check that?
No, that's what you're going to be doing.
Yep.
So we challenge you here. Go and do the test.
On my website, I have about 35 citations. mctoon.net/level from professional surveying textbooks that declares that level is a curve.
You know, I could read a textbook on how to rebuild an engine. Do you think I could go out into a garage and do it, though?
But you were asking, name one. I can give you 35 official citations.
What would you believe? Would you believe all 35 citations, or if you went out and did it yourself?
We could put some on our website.
I would believe
I have done it. I have done it on Rainy Lake here in northern Minnesota.
George, we talked about you shot 6 miles across there, and you agreed with me you'd have to go in shorter increments to measure the actual shape of the ice. You can't take a 6-mile shot.
No, I didn't go to the shape of the ice. I went to the water underneath the ice that establishes the surface.
Water underneath the ice.
Yeah, you drill a hole in the ice, you let the water come up in the hole of the ice, and you are guaranteed that that is the surface of the water. You don't go to the ice because the ice can change. It
shifts up and down. I mean,
okay, so you measured. What did you measure that from? Where did you get the measurement of the water
frozen lake? Have you?
Where did he measure the water from then? Was the distance from the water to where?
He's got a couple videos. We can go over.
We're not.
We can go
look
over
at them. Go look at the videos.
Okay.
So, all right, Sir Pick-a-Pup
as well, right?
So Pick-a-Pup the Benevolent says, for £5, thank you very much. Have another £5 on one condition. Bev cannot use the word horizontal. The word is banned. All right, Bev, no more using the word horizontal.
Which word? How much did he pay for that?
That was £5. So it's gone. You can't
well wasted, that right?
What's that word on the board right there?
So
the issue that we're
it's on my board.
Is the fact that Clary and Bev want to equate horizontal lines, a straight line, with level.
Yeah,
that's it. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. That's always been my claim from day one, George.
Yeah,
that's true for a flat surface, but not a curved surface.
Okay, well, we just got to get out there and measure it, right?
Yeah,
that's right.
I'm looking.
You think the surface changes what level is?
That is
George.
correct.
Yeah?
Level always follows a parallel to the surface, like a sphere.
No, it doesn't.
Spherical.
A spirit level doesn't care about what shape's underneath it. George,
that's right, and that's only true at the point which you have the spirit level mounted.
Pardon?
Horizontal, as you define it, is just a local concept. it
Yeah,
changes.
it doesn't bother with the surface
Horizontal
underneath it, does
changes for each point on the
Define
surface
local,
of a
George.
sphere.
Can you define local?
Yeah, level would be a point. All points level would be equidistant from the gravitational center.
A singular
the
point.
center
How
of
could
gravity.
you establish
asking for
horizontal
the
with a singular
He's asking
point?
for the
it? Yeah.
singular point is level. Sorry, horizontal is the tangent to the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, that's a
So
line,
a
isn't it?
singular point has
It's
no.
a line.
Yeah.
It's not a point.
Yeah.
Again,
Now,
go
on a
do your
sphere, a
test.
three-dimensional
Go
object.
do your test.
The surface of a sphere is a
Yeah.
three-dimensional.
This is like 8th grade math, maybe
Is it?
geometry type stuff, maybe high school.
No, I mean this is new for you because this adds an element of practical into the geometry.
Listen up. The point tangent to a surface. A point tangent to a surface.
A point tangent.
Oh my gosh.
A point.
The plane tangent to a surface
The
is
plane
horizontal.
tangent.
Shut up, Bev. All right. The plane tangent to a surface
tangent
of
plane.
a sphere. Bev, shut up.
That was Clary.
That wasn't me.
No, it wasn't clear. It was me. I
That
was
was
just
Bev.
pointing out that you can't have a plane
All right.
that's tangent. You need a tangent plane. You're talking about, not a plane tangent to something.
Hey, Bev, please, let's stop with all these semantics and word
It's
games.
not
Just go out and
semantics.
do
This
your
is
test.
geometry.
A point.
It's muted.
A
It's
plane.
muted.
Sorry. A plane tangent to the surface of a sphere is horizontal at that point only. It's only good for that point. Every other point has a different horizontal plane that's tangent to it.
It can't
on the
be
surface of the
horizontal
sphere.
at a point.
So I don't care what your definition, what you really want it to be, and I don't,
He's
and I
muted me,
understand,
so-
Bev, that you're really confused about this. That it
Bev
doesn't
is
make
muted
sense
right
to you.
now.
Yeah.
He can't.
Bev is
speak.
muted.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Bev is muted. I'm tired of him interrupting me. Okay, so I will finish saying this,
How
and
can
then
you
I'll
have a horizontal
unmute Bev,
point?
and he can then he can describe to us how he's confused about this. Okay, so there you go, Bev. Go ahead and explain how you are confused about this. You have to unmute yourself as well. There you go.
Oh, thank you very much for unmuting me.
So this is the Nathan Oakley show.
I was wanting.
This is my show where he doesn't get to interrupt me constantly anymore.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bev.
Okay, so you're talking about a horizontal. Now, a horizontal is a line, a straight line. Yeah? And a straight line is defined as two extreme points. So not one point. That wouldn't make it a line. It would make it a point. So you can't have a line at a point. That's contradictory.
Bev, see, the
It's-
point,
it-
the
it's-
issue
hold on,
you're
I
missing
can-
here, Bev, is that a straight line, when it touches the Earth on one point, it only touches the Earth at that point. It doesn't touch the Earth's surface in more than one point. A straight line cannot do that. That's the geometry. On a flat surface, a line will touch an infinite number of points on a flat plane, but it only touches a sphere at one point. When you lay that line to touch the Earth, it touches it only on one point and one point only. It doesn't continue along the surface of the Earth.
I know
touching
what a
multiple
tangent
points.
is.
That's the
Yes,
difference.
George. Yeah. Right, I know what a tangent is within geometry. Very true.
Okay.
That is what a
Well,
tangent
is a
But
straight line.
wait a
That's
minute,
your
you
straight
you
line.
don't think horizontal
stop it,
is a
stop it.
tangent, do you?
Horizontal is
A
tangent
horizontal
to a point.
is a tangent at the point that tangent touches.
Okay.
Horizontal
And
at
that
a point.
only.
Okay, we're going to go with Proposition 18. This should be fun.
There you go.
I notice you've got
So-
that out there, right? Book 3 of Euclidean Elements. Now, earlier on, the definition of perpendicular is already made. Right? It's two straight
Dad,
lines.
why do you play these games?
It's not a
simple
game, I'm just trying to
concept. You
catch
have a
everybody up.
sphere. You
George,
have a
just pay
circle.
attention. Maybe you can learn.
Yeah.
I know this stuff.
Okay. Okay, so we're assuming that a horizontal is a tangent when you play in this particular proposition, aren't you? Because this is just pure geometry, circular geometry. Obviously, proposition 18 in book 3. So there's a bit of work that he's gone through before getting to this point. Okay? Now, what are we going to go with this one, Toons?
What's your point here? Well,
I don't know. He's put something up on screen.
So the line described as CG is tangent to the circle at point C.
1 point only.
Yep, 1 point only for that tangent. Now that is on the surface of a sphere. So this is obviously just two-dimensional. On a surface of a sphere, right? We extend that, so there is a point that is tangent to the surface of a sphere.
You need to find a point.
No, I'm not going to do. I'm not going to go back.
Do you want to read the proposition out
so
everybody knows?
No, I want you to stop interrupting me. So on a surface of a sphere, the plane that is tangent to a point on the sphere, that would be the horizontal plane.
No, this isn't a sphere. This is book 3. This is just circle geometry.
It's a cutaway of the sphere. My God.
No, this is circle.
Dear.
Book 3.
It's a circle, but take a plane and cut a sphere through the center of the sphere. That's what you
book
get.
Book 11 is solid geometry.
Yes.
It's still establishing the basics.
I made it very clear because I said these words: when we extend it to a sphere.
You can't extend one proposition so early onto a book so much further on.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these first principles that you don't get. Yeah. So
first principles are way back at the beginning.
Yeah,
You've passed way past
exactly. That's what Cleary needs. That he doesn't know what a point is.
Oh no, I think I do know what a point is. You guys don't realize what you're saying here. I think it's funny.
All right. So I'll say it again, and I don't know why it's so hard for you to understand this. There is a plane tangent to a point on the surface of a sphere.
Touches a circle, and a straight line is joined from the center to the point of contact.
Hey, Bev.
The straight line joined.
Shut up, Bev.
Will be perpendicular.
Shut up.
To the tangent.
Bev, shut up. Bev, shut up. I'm talking.
Proposition 18.
Bev. Shut up, Bev.
Okay.
I'm talking.
You're going to give us your definition of what's going on here, right? Okay.
Yes. So this here is a two-dimensional. You extend it to 3 dimensions, right? This is the last time I'll say it, and we're done with this topic. A plane that is tangent to the surface of a sphere is horizontal at that point only.
No, not
every
horizontal,
other point,
dude, no.
Every other point on the surface of a sphere has a different horizontal plane.
No, that's definitely not a horizontal. And that was a really bad use of Euclidean geometry.
I'm sorry that you don't understand it.
Come to Emma UK for better lessons on logic and geometry.
None of you guys understand. You're all
you
really
guys
with this stuff. That's fine. So
McToon,
you guys,
McToon, I've been through this before.
Oh yes,
Bevan, these guys.
These guys again. It's like what's that about?
And, the rest.
I'm
is
muted
what horizontal
again.
To him would be is if you oriented that orange circle so that DE
Cleary's muted as well.
Horizontal to the horizontal on your screen. See, it'd have to be
they can't think in 3 dimensions.
To call it horizontal. The fact that it's
tilted
and shown at an angle
he gets
with respect to our horizontal.
That.
To them, that's not horizontal.
Listen to
I see. So if it was rotated, then
exactly
then he would get it. Yeah.
So DE is at
so
the
problem is that Bev cannot think in 3 dimensions and translate that to the hypothesis of a spherical Earth. Yes. He starts with the required conclusion that the Earth is flat. Or that horizontal is level, and then demands that everything fit that, and actually works on that presupposition all the time for everything comes found out. Well, I've been down that road with every flat earther I've ever debated. They start with the conclusion.
Names he knows.
So, all right, I'm going to keep moving on.
A little bit triggered.
Bev, I've unmuted you, so you can talk now since the adults are done talking. So,
Oh, wow.
God's Auditor
Okay.
for
So, wait a minute,
$5
you can
says,
talk
Bev,
now. Is
I've
that,
been telling,
that WS stuff that you've been given?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Bev seems to think he knows
You said
more
we
about
could
surveying
talk,
than every
and
single
then
surveyor who
not
has
let
ever
us
lived.
talk.
He certainly does. Oh, I mixed up. That was Micro Raptor that said that. Yes.
How childish.
Of course he does, because he has a 2-year
this is still going
class
out
and he
live
took
on
a
our side, isn't it?
test to get a certificate or
it
something.
is.
So, God's Auditor said, Bev, I've been telling you for months you need to move beyond 7th grade math. Math didn't stop with Euclid. Get some
money
algebra,
coming
get some
in.
calculus.
Ka-ching,
So,
ka-ching.
Let me just show you here. I got and George, you maybe can appreciate
Wow,
this
he's
book.
got some
This is from my
books.
engineering class.
Oh, yeah.
It's got
Yeah,
it's got a
all
good thickness
engineers
to
take
it.
a course
Look
like
at that big, thick
called
book.
engineering mathematics. I had one
Absolutely, that was
That's genius.
yeah.
Wow,
So this
and
was
another
my
book
this
too.
is
Oh,
this is Addison Wesley. This was my college level calculus class. I did
sounds
take
good.
calculus in high school,
sounds
and then
really
so I
good.
skipped the first calc class in college.
We are
and
talking
then,
about
yeah,
just
went on to
basic
engineering math.
geometry and logic.
Or just e-math, as everybody says, and
It's not like this sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's where engineers get their
You don't need
first
to be big,
exposure to
mega-brained
things
people
like,
like these people.
Laplace
pretend to be.
transforms, Fourier analysis, partial differential equations, and things like that.
oh yeah.
To understand basic logic.
So, all right. Well, Jess says Mike MC Toon's camera is also playing the drinking game. Yes. So there's a focus on there that's infrared, and then I have this plate that's in front of it. So I took it off so that it can focus. So I'm gonna get a different camera, but I don't know which one to get. If you have ideas on a good camera that has a ring on it, you can send me a message. Bella Charge for 2 New Zealand says get into tolerance stacking. That will blow his mind. Ooh, I don't think I've been into that.
Don't know. I don't even know what it is. Tell him.
Yeah.
Go on.
Well,
George, have you done
two-
tolerance stacking?
No. But
Okay.
I've got something in the
okay.
works you might be interested
Might
in.
it blow your mind?
I've worked out the mathematics for sag in a line, and I'm doing a video on that, the mathematics of that. And I've been talking to the owner of Finn's Fishing Line, and he's sending me about 1,000 feet of spectral line, his top of the grade fishing line, and I'm going to be setting up a horizontal
Wow.
tangent between the two ends of the line to see how the actual sag in a line agrees with the mathematics, and I'll be doing it for different tensions
Is that
in the line
Ranty's?
and
You wrote
different line
Ranty's
lengths.
test.
Oh, that sounds cool.
That's Ranty's test, right, George?
Well, this is not for flat earthers.
Cleary's
This is
muted
just
as well,
to
is
show the agreement
reason?
between experiment and mathematical modeling.
All right. Well, Ranty did have that test, though. Did you say you had it before him or not? Cleary is
I
muted.
know that this is something that
McToons, you know
Ranty's
that.
been wanting to do, and Jaron and a bunch of others. And if you want to look at the mathematics, you'll see how it works, how to predict the sag in a line given a certain amount of tension in the line, in the length of the line.
All right. Horizontal, right, you say?
Yeah.
A horizontal between the 2 points. Between the
Take
two
a
ends.
line,
Yeah.
take a line, take a cable, stretch it out. Say
Yeah.
take 1,000 feet of line, stretch it out, put a certain tension in it.
Yeah.
In the center, the line is going to sag. The mathematics that I've worked out will predict how much sag there will be at the center of the line given the length of the line, the weight of the line per unit length, and the tension in the line. And I'm
Okay.
going to see
Line
how
only
it
sag.
conforms with actual
What?
field measurements.
Yeah. What's that got to do with the horizontal?
Has nothing to do. Has nothing to do with this.
You
I
did
was
say
just saying,
horizontal,
This is
though,
a
didn't
test.
you?
There's
has
people
nothing
other
to
than
do
you in
with
the world,
what you're
Bev.
doing.
No, he
All
did say
said-
horizontal.
all
I just
doing is-
wondered what he was doing.
Jesus Christ. All I was doing was informing McToon that I have a nice little video coming up where I'm going to do some field tests and see how it agrees with the mathematics. It has nothing to do with your test.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Promote it. Can we have a chat about that sometime then, George? Because we haven't really gone over our test.
Or you wait and watch my video, and then if you have comments, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
There you go.
Okay, after the fact, right?
Well, why
Yeah.
not?
Okay.
Why? What's the point in discussing it before the fact? Until I present the mathematics and actually make measurements out in the field, what's the point of doing it before then?
Well, it sounds like you've robbed it off Ranty. I'm sure that sounds exactly like what Ranty was talking
Dear.
about.
All right, let's move on, Bev. Come on. All right, Jess says, "Hey, Bev. Hey, Jess here. You're a flat earther." There you go.
Yeah, I've already said I'm not, but I mean, well
Yeah.
done. How much did you make from that?
You think the Earth is a globe?
Sorry?
Yeah. All right.
No, like level is horizontal. You
UT
said right.
UTB Doug for £5. Thank you very much for that. Says instead of trying to get answers before the work is done, why doesn't Bev get the work done, then let them explain the work done and their findings? That's because they must be very careful that whatever they do, it concludes what they demand that it concludes. That's the requirement for flat earthers, is that all tests conclude what they need it to conclude.
Actually, what we're doing is going
letting
around
it go.
and talking to everyone and trying to make everyone understand
Like a
what's going to be
consensus.
done, so that when it's done, we don't have to come back and redo everything like we're doing now.
Oh, good. I would love to see if you got an instrument that is accurate to
A
whatever you
millimeter.
need.
Like,
I mean,
a
but
millimeter
at a mile,
over a
at
1
mile.
kilometer double run.
Well,
right?
but you're going to do a mile, right? So get one instrument to go the entire length of the mile.
No, that's
be
not how.
accurate enough
That's
to
not
do that.
how you do differential leveling, right?
Well, you're not trying to do leveling. You're trying to do horizontaling. It's a different thing.
Differential leveling,
Yes.
right?
No, wrong. You're trying to do horizontaling. You're not trying to do leveling. Leveling is based on an elevation. Horizontal is not based on elevation.
24 millimeters
based on-
and an inch.
So
That's
you're
pretty
saying on
accurate.
this on the basis of what? Sorry,
Yeah.
that
So,
differential
all right, Jess.
leveling doesn't establish a horizontal, right? You've just
Correct.
claimed that.
Differential leveling is not to establish a horizontal. It's to establish level, which is an elevation above sea level, and level is a
horizontal.
curve.
No,
Level
it's a
is curve.
horizontal.
Horizontal
distance.
and level are
It's a
different.
vertical distance over a horizontal, right?
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
So Jess
Exactly.
for
Thank you.
$2 says hashtag Bev the Flat Earther.
Wow, look, this is profitable for
Ooh,
you. Me not
we have-
actually being a flat earther.
we have-
isn't it?
We have an alternative. Stringer News 1 has an alternative.
Wow.
He says, forget Flat Earther. Liar covers it as well.
A lot about what?
Wow. What? Yeah.
Lying about the shape of the earth. That is
Oh, the
what
shape.
flat earth is all about. Yes. Sir Pickapup the Benevolent for £5. Bev, what does it mean when geodetic surveyors get a triangle with more than 180 degrees?
Well, if they'd be citing those lines, right? I'd say that they don't know geometry because triangles
No,
have 180 degrees, right?
except on the surface of a sphere, they don't.
But
Bev,
you
do
wouldn't
you
be
wanna
able
show
to
'em?
cite triangles and use tools, right, George?
Pardon? I was typing something.
You could-
If you cite triangles with a theodolite, yeah, what would the internal angles of that triangle be?
Well, it depends over the distances that you do it. If you do over long distance on the surface of the
You're
earth,
citing-
it will come to greater than
you're
180
citing
degrees.
would
But if
be-
you do it over short distances, it'll be really close to 180.
Okay, so let's say there's
Yeah, it'll be within the
mountains
margin
and
of error.
the tops of the mountains are 2 miles apart, all three of them, right? And we are going to cite from one mountain to the other top mountain, right? And then we're going to measure the angles. We're going to go to all three mountains.
You need 3, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and cite the angles, George. How many
Okay.
degrees in that triangle from sighted points?
It'll be slightly more than 180 degrees if you use a precision theodolite.
Straight line triangle with more than 180 degrees.
Absolutely. That's how it works on the surface of a sphere.
Wow. You just said that, right? A
just
straight
did,
line
absolutely.
triangle with more than 180 degrees internal
That's right.
angles.
Because you're making these measurements on the Earth, and the Earth is not a flat plane.
Okay, brilliant. That's
On a
like
flat plane,
yeah,
they will sum to 180 degrees precisely, but you're not on a flat plane. You're on a curved
geometrically,
Earth.
though, if you have a triangle, which is 3 angles, and an angle is the inclination of one straight line to another. So if you've got 3 angles, then you need 3 straight lines, and which you have because you are sighting these angles.
Yes, of course. This isn't. You don't need to tell us these things. We understand this already.
And you
Bev.
still think a triangle
Yes.
can have more than 180 degrees.
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
This spherical trigonometry. I don't know if you've not heard of this. It's not new. It's been around for quite a while.
Wow.
On the surface of a sphere,
You're reddening up.
every triangle,
What's happening?
every triangle has more than 180 degrees and less than 540 degrees. That is spherical
Not-
trigonometry.
Yeah, that's not a
So-
proper triangle, though, right?
That is
Again,
this
this is-
a triangle on the surface of a sphere.
Okay,
This
so
is a
that's
proper
not in
triangle.
Euclidean
Just like-
geometry, right? Which is what we use to define a triangle.
This is confusing plane geometry with spherical geometry, just like the drop distance on the
Can
Earth.
you
can
give us a
collect it over short
definition
distances.
of a triangle within your spherical geometry? I don't want to get
Oh, yes.
confused. You don't want anybody else getting confused, please. So,
Nobody else is confused. Just you, Bev. Just you.
right.
Well, I mean, maybe Cleary too, but
can you
Wolfram.
a definition
Wolfram
of
has
an
a really
angle
nice
to
one.
a curve, then, right? Or an angle
So
between two curves,
I'll put it in the chat.
or like plain rectilinear angles, inclination of one
Put it on
straight line or plane to
here.
another.
And I'll do this. Just a second, Bev. You're going to see it in just a second.
Right. Okay. What's up, George?
Oh, I got it.
What's George doing? Is he juggling? Wow.
Oh, no, I'm throwing the ball for Con.
Oh, right.
Come up here and play.
Let's see. I got to get the right one. What's that clicking sound? I keep hearing the clicking sound. All right. So here you go. Spherical trigonometry.
Yeah.
So there you go. There it is. It's on the screen now. Read it. Feel free. I'm going to keep going with the super
That's
chat.
a spherical triangle, right?
Yes, absolutely. Listen. All right. So Sir Pickapup the Benevolent, the answer to your what is the triangle with more than 180 degrees?
Bev, you
It
gotta get
means
the
that
ball
you are not on a flat surface. So there you
Victor,
go. Sleepy.
I think maybe a bit of confusion here where we can resolve it for everybody is, Bev, the sum of the interior angles of a triangle laid out on the sphere of the Earth or on the surface of the Earth will sum to greater than 180 degrees. But if you're going from mountaintop to mountaintop and you somehow had your surveyor set out a straight line from one top to the other and the other between all 3 tops, then yes, they will sum to 180
Has
degrees.
Rumpus been calling you, or who's just called you then to correct yourself? Because that
No.
isn't. You're going back on what you just said
I
just
was just
before,
thinking
aren't you?
about what you were trying to say.
Yeah, straight
Toon and I
line.
are talking
Straight
about
lines.
laying out straight lines on the surface of the Earth. A straight line on a curved spherical Earth are what we call geodesics.
It's not a straight line, is it,
You lay
George?
out a straight line
not a
between
straight line.
3 points on the surface of the Earth.
it's
The
a-
interior
it's a
angles
chord.
will sum to greater than 180. But if you somehow could manage to set out 3 straight lines, not laid on the surface of the Earth, but in the air as the way the crow flies, if you establish 3 straight lines, connected them together into a triangle, yes, they would sum to 180 degrees.
Okay, so
All right.
if you want me
We need to
you
get.
see
We need
this?
to move on. No,
You see
Bev.
this
I
here?
need you to be quiet, Bev. No,
What?
Bev. I don't see it. I need you to be
You
quiet,
don't.
Bev.
You don't
Yeah,
see.
Yeah.
You want to look at that ball real quick right there?
He doesn't want
Yeah,
to.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Those are curved lines, but
Right.
we're talking about chords.
Yeah.
Chords.
So
What's
when
a
we
chord?
when
You
we
know
need
chord
to
is.
measure the angle,
All right.
Those areas you have,
Oh,
those are
McToon,
geodesics
man.
on the surface.
You won't
And
watch
those sum
All right.
to more than
George,
180
George,
degrees.
George,
Yep. Go ahead.
I gotta move on.
Yep.
I wanted to be
That's
done
fine.
45 minutes ago, so I
I
but
hear
I
you.
have to
Okay.
read the super chats. So Bev and Cleary, you can be quiet and listen. You're welcome to stay, but you're done talking because it's time for me to wrap this up. Okay. So Sleepy Dan says Bev is jelly of the supers. His scam is failing. Yes.
yeah, no, Bev doesn't cost
Jeff,
anybody
Jess
any
says FTFE
money.
couldn't
Never
be
asked
Batman
anybody
because
for
FTFE wears
any
glasses.
money.
True. JL Warren. Let's see. MC Toon. Then what believe is justified by rejecting the heliocentric model? That's a great question. Bev, maybe you could think about this tonight. Why do you have to reject? Why is it so religiously important for you
Absolutely
to reject all measurements?
Ridiculous.
There's some faith in there that's
floaty
troubling
balls
that you should
in
maybe try to figure that out.
vacuums.
Esteban
Ooh,
Ilabaka says,
love a
Bev,
curve.
level equals horizontal works only over a flat horizontal surface. Where it establishes
Wow.
that the concept of level can't apply. Where is it established that the concept of level can't apply to any other surface? Level on the surface of a sphere is a curved surface.
Wow.
Just,
He's never
just
actually
declaring and
practically done anything
presupposing
like
that
that,
the Earth is flat and then demanding everything match it not the way to be honest. Thus the liar comment from earlier. Stringer News 1 says, if you're going to appeal to authority, the one thing you must bring is an authority. So, yes. VII Play Games for 56 says, can't wait for this experiment to never happen. Globe deniers are all talk because they know they're wrong. Woo-hoo. Yes. And I know the game, it seems he kind of leaked the game that he's playing here. Bev is not going to hire a professional surveyor. He's going to use differential leveling techniques with this little $100 auto level to try and do it because he's got to make sure that it fits his conclusion. So he's not going to establish a horizontal plane. He's going to actually establish a curved surface through differential leveling. So Digital Demonic Davros, ask Bev what a civil engineer does. He says civil engineering, that's Poe territory. Civils do surveying. Yes, they do. Let's see. Brainery. Here is some additional salt in the eyes of Bev and Cleary. Now, Cleary wasn't too upset by that. I think it's mostly Bev with his £100 auto level.
Cheap.
Stringer News 1 for $2 says, I'm paying to not have this read. Oops, I read it. Kang024 says, why waste your time with Bev? He's just a dishonest northern and then 4 words that I'm not gonna 4 letters I'm not gonna spell it. But if you're in the super chat, if you're in the chat, you saw that. Brian J. Munro for 5 Canadian says, level as understood in construction is not the same as horizontal in geometry. That is correct.
Oh, God.
I know it's
Wait
a
till
comedy.
you get this one by Jess at the end. My God,
It's a comedy
I'm
of
sorry,
errors.
I'm cracking
Okay.
a gut.
Okay. Glober Mom says, Bev, yes, MC Toon is our super chat gigolo. I'm a terrible gigolo. I'm sorry. Basic trigonometry for £2 says, I'm paying you to say this. Sir Pick a Pup the Benevolent for £2 says, I'm paying you to not read this. Paying you not to read this. I didn't read it. I just said it. Kang024 says, Bev, all right, kid, calm down. Oh, no, claim down. This is claim down. Oh, sweet. UTB Doug for £5 says, Bev's getting mad at people paying to slag him off. It's beautiful. Oh, thanks, Bev. I'm glad to have you here for that. Jail Warren says Bev thinks a spirit level measures the altitude of ghosts. I don't know what that is. Oh, Jess for $2 says Bev even interrupts Bev. True. Brian J. Monroe for 5 Canadian says any line or plane that is described as horizontal can only be described as such in relationship to what it intersects. Horizontal is not a constant. Yeah, I keep trying to say that, and yeah, like George said, I think it's the orientation you got confused on. So. Robert Williams says, "Does Bev even know how large an arc second is?" That'd be good, Bev. You could type that into the chat.
I don't even know where the chat is.
Of the
it's
talk
new
here.
stupid
do you know how large
that
an
he
arc
wants
second
to use.
Sarcastic Barman for £5 is just a super chat. So Bev will ask how much money into Toon. I need to spread out my NASA shield check money anyway. Yes, thank you for your NASA shield check.
I guess we're just waiting out to see how much money he gets.
Geez.
Pretty profitable.
Digital Demonic Davros for 2 Australians says 25.4 millimeters is an inch, silly man. So, Mr. Unite for the Children says, let's see, says $5 to MC Toon just to make Bev jealous and whine like Gollum again.
What the fuck's this? On mute.
So you're unmuted, or you can unmute. There you go. You can whine like Gollum for them.
What's that?
Just for $5. Bev's brain has been practicing social distancing from his head for quite a while now.
That's what I was laughing at.
Coming from you, George, that's funny, right?
Sir Pick a Pup the Benevolent for £2 says, Bev, I don't think your whiteboard is level. It does look a little unlevel, Bev.
Might be the camera, right? You never know.
I don't know.
Never
know. It's tough. And Stringer News 1 for $2 says, Bev may not be on the level. And that is it.
On
Stop
the level.live.
People.
Get on it, people.
George, I got this book last night from Charlie Duke, the 10th Man on the Moon.
Oh, wow.
Signed right there. Now this was like he pre-signed a bunch of these, but I printed out this one myself right here, and he signed it right there. Let me see if I can get it viewable. There it is.
Wow.
Charlie Duke on the moon surface there. That was pretty cool.
Right.
Great to meet him.
Moving forward, McToon, I don't think we should be discussing this water level test anymore until it's conducted.
Do the test, Bev. Then we'll.
Yes. Let's stop talking about it. Right? It's embarrassing for you.
Right. We want to see some action. Enough of the
work. Can't be embarrassing until there's measurements.
Yeah, we just work through the basic geometry and logic with people, right?
Yeah.
Some people are scared.
My guess is you're gonna use differential leveling techniques and then declare that differential leveling
techniques. We're going to get surveyors to
describe a horizontal.
We're going to get.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Differential leveling is horizontal.
Yeah.
You think it's something else?
Ask the surveyors: is differential leveling establishing a horizontal, or is it establishing a level? And they'll tell you there's a difference.
They'll say
establishing a horizontal.
It's the same thing.
So, ask them. You are declaring it to be the same thing.
Yeah.
And every surveyor I've ever talked to says they are different, including all of the surveying texts.
I know I think we've about done talking about it with people that are ignorant of the geometry.
Knowledgeable
involved.
on
Toon, have you talked to anyone other than main surveyor Jesse or Larry? Any other surveyors besides them?
I have referenced 35 different texts on it. Yeah.
How about human voices? Have you talked to any other surveyors besides those three?
So only three is all I need to do?
Or he's asking you.
Globe lovers, though.
But Clary and Bev, why is it necessary to talk this thing to death? Just go out and do the test.
Go do it, yeah.
To establish that level is horizontal, right? This is why he's just asked you, how many other surveyors have you talked to? It's really easy to ask a
three's pretty good
surveyor,
number.
right?
But they're all the 3 globe lovers, the 3 defenders, the ones who were out with
All-
Soundly.
Yeah, the ones that have run away from
Well-
talking about this.
Well, I'm quite certain that the main surveyor was not anywhere with Soundly ever.
He hangs out with Jesse quite a bit.
But he was not with Soundly.
I don't know. I don't have like a tracker on him.
He wasn't on the scene when Soundly retired from it, so they don't even have an overlap on the scene.
Soundly came by the other
Soundly
day.
retired.
I don't think he retired.
What did he retire
Glass-
from doing?
Glass Monster for $2 says the Flurf hasn't got a brain.
Who's
I'm
he
a bad
talking about
motherfucker.
there?
I'm sorry for that.
Who's he talking about?
The Flurf.
Yeah, which one's that? Who is that?
George is.
Whoever might-
Do you have a pet?
Whoever might be the Flurf. So anyway,
I think
that's
George is a Flurf.
George.
that's,
I think it's
that's
George,
the time.
too.
I'm pretty sure George is not a Flurf, but I need to get going. I've got to take a Riley, and it's almost time for dinner. So I've got later today at 10 p.m. Central Time. I do not have anything at 8, but at 10 p.m. Central Time, I've got a debate on 5G with Dion Smo, who is going to tell us all sorts of information.
Are you not giving any shout
not
outs
at
to
all,
anybody? Or do we have to do that ourselves?
Would you like to? Go ahead.
Okay, we'll give a shout out to Emma UK on Discord. Anybody want to come over, have a chat? We're all welcome to come and learn a bit about the water level test and everything. I've got a channel, Try Thinking, where we discuss these sort of things. Basic logic, basic geometry. Just talk basically. Cleary?
Cleary?
Oh yeah. We're just hanging around the Cleary channel. I'm out there. We're out there doing our thing. So yeah, anything you need, come by. We'll talk anytime.
George,
He's muted.
got any
I think he said.
any shout outs?
He said level is horizontal.
Yeah, he's muted, but I'll speak for him.
George,
Lip
George,
read.
you're
Level
muted.
is, I was wrong all along. Level's horizontal, right, George?
All right, George.
No, I was just typing in chat. Enough of this talk already. Just go out and do the test, for crying out loud. You can talk.
Yeah.
This has been talked to death enough.
It's great. I love it, George. It's good fun.
All right, everybody. Thank you, everybody. We'll catch you next time. Be sure to like and subscribe, and thank you for all the super chats because it really tans Bev's hide.
Coming over. I'm not bothered about you. It's great. You make loads of money from it, right? Come over to Emma UK. We're going to carry on over there, no doubt.
All right, have fun.
All right. Peace out.
George, it's great to have you on.
The rate of drop as 8.
Mick West has got a website called Metabunk that has got an Earth curve calculator on it, and he has to have a rate of curvature to calculate a curvature.
How long have you been in this scene?
Not
Number
very long by the sounds of it.
Yeah, not very long.
Tuning is a pain in the ass, meeting us like frickin' Nathan Oakley and shit.
Yeah, we're
That's
still
before
live,
about a year.
everyone. Just brought it over here. So,
It's all good.
Oh, you're
But,
unmuted now, he's saying, somebody.
yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, yeah, I've been on it long enough, and this is not as long as you got.
You've
You've been
on
at this a year?
About a
And
year
you
and a half.
don't-
2
You
months?
don't know about Mick West's Metabunk Earth curve calculator. You think that we're making up a figure of your Earth curve, when actually it comes from Mick West, who is one of your...
I've
Good
heard of
boss.
Request, but I've not been on his website. I don't really go on many websites to do with that. I
But
watch.
it's Metabunk, there is nothing on the website apart from the Earth curve calculator.
Oh no, there's all that water level bullshit that we went over the other week. That's on that. He's bigging up everything. He's a conspiracy debunker, right? So he'll have a go at anything.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
West.
I've only ever used the earth curve calculator on there.
No, he's on to chemtrails or something now, mate West.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh.
He came back around after we brought a bit of a fuss about his perspective compression, and then obviously the old level horizontal thing started, and they had to end up running. So, yeah.
I see.
He's disappeared.
Jeff ran away.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bev, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Who's that?
Yes, Astro King. Did George say at one point that you get the same result on a flat Earth and the globe?
Yeah, because Rumpus called him up. Rumpus called him up and told him to say that, because that's what you have to have. Bendizontal, right?
Yeah, we definitely changed his mind. He had the drawings in his notepad or whatever, paint, and then he changed his mind.
Yeah, that's
what George does.
Yeah, he changed his mind because Rumpus called him and told him to change his mind.
I was thinking...
George hasn't got a mind of his own.
I was thinking...
George is an automaton.
I was thinking the same thing.
Rough.
Yeah.
I was thinking you're gonna get the same result on the globe. You're gonna get the same result on a flat Earth.
You can't though. I mean, if you change globe for reality, and then your flat Earth model as the other one, right? Because the reality is the horizontal, right? So the only way you can have no difference between a straight line and an imagined curve is for that imagined curve to actually be the straight line in the first place.
Well, what you've done, you've created a horizontal plane. Okay, so you've got a horizontal plane. It doesn't matter where you are. You could be on an asteroid, and it will still work out.
No, you've got an imagined gravity, right? That's what you're doing. You're pulling to center of mass, right? When all you actually have to go from is a vector, and that vector is vertical, right? And that vertical is perpendicular to the surface that it's meant to be at, right? Which is perpendicular to vertical is horizontal.
Well, my idea is you've got a horizontal plane, so it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth underneath is. It could be any shape. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, because the horizontal will always be horizontal.
Yeah, but the shape of the Earth underneath the horizontal plane doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know.
So the horizontal plane is just a reference, right? This is what we've said all along. The shape of whatever goes on underneath the horizontal plane doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's the same as the surface of water.
It doesn't prove a thing. It doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the land underneath it, are we? We're talking about the water in the canal.
Yeah, the water level on the surface being horizontal and provably
the same
so.
Parallel as the horizontal plane that you have formed and checked with your water level and then double checked with the water.
Well, you didn't even mention the canal water.
Well, did they start talking over Bev and cutting him off and not giving him chance to say what he needed to say?
So we've got really, something that's not really concluded.
Right,
there.
okay. Just imagine this, right?
Imagine if you will.
There's a canal, right? And it goes, it meanders, it bends about, and it travels a total, as the crow flies, 15.5 miles. But the actual length of the canal, because it meanders and does that, is 27 miles. Now, it's just a dug-out trench that's been lined with clay and stone, right? And in between that, the land is such that it is called a coastal plain, and this canal goes that far in between locks, right? So there's a lock at one end for transferring through the different levels of water, and a lock at the other end. So all of that water in between is, I'd say, the same body of water. Now, if you were to draw that on a piece of paper, and you were to say point A and point B, what would the shape of the line be that you would just draw automatically?
Say that again. You got
well, you know, a map, right? So you've got this canal, you're looking at it on a map, a two-dimensional plane map, right? So you can, it's a scale map, so you get your scale ruler out and you measure it. Now, what you're trying to do here is you're trying to make an elevation drawing of that canal over that distance. So I'm guessing you wouldn't really have the 20 odd miles, you just have the 15 miles as the crow flies type distance between A and B, because that would be after how you draw it, right? So the elevation of the canal between one lock and the other, what shape would that line be if you were to do an elevation drawing from the plan drawing of a map?
It would be stepped because all the locks are
No,
different heights.
no, there's no locks. It goes that far without any locks. In between locks, right? So you can go 27 miles and not have to go through a lock system because there are no locks. There's none. It's the same body of water over that distance.
So it would be level. But
yeah, so what shape would the line be that you would draw?
Where does the hose pipe come in?
No, this is the canal, right? This is just, I'm just asking you to imagine the surface of the canal and transpose it into an elevation drawing from plan. You could do it to scale as well because it's on a map, right? So you could get a map, you could get a scale ruler, you could measure it on that map, and then you want to draw an elevation drawing of that particular canal going from A to B. What shape would that line be? How would you draw that line on that elevation drawing?
A horizontal or a level line?
It would be a straight line.
Yeah.
Okay, so then every vertical that meets that horizontal would be perpendicular to it, wouldn't it? All the way along it.
Yeah, and
that geometrically, that would prove that a vertical is perpendicular to a horizontal, no matter where that vertical is along that horizontal line. Wouldn't it?
So what was the purpose of using the hose pipe in the discussion?
It's a good mind trick, right? Or a test. It's how can you
focus your mind, isn't it, Bev? I would say.
How can you imagine, right? I mean, everybody can imagine a hose pipe, right? And then, is that water level the same as the level in the canal? And the level in the canal, what does level actually mean? Right?
Are you actually?
Were you dangerous question?
Going to use a hose pipe then? Or are you saying you're not going to use a hose pipe?
Yeah, yeah. The test is still going ahead, right? But
with the hose pipe.
Yeah, listen to the question, right? Is level horizontal?
So you use the hose pipe. You've got the horizontal plane. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter what's underneath the horizontal plane, what shape you got.
No. Exactly. That's what the tool is. The tool establishes a horizontal plane.
it doesn't prove anything then, does it?
You listening?
It proves that level is horizontal, right? Geometrically, logically, and practically. Definitely proves
I
something.
just think the whole thing's a waste of time because it doesn't prove a thing.
Do you think it doesn't prove then?
Well, the shape of the Earth underneath the horizontal
We're not talking
plane,
about that. We're talking
it
about
doesn't matter.
level being horizontal.
And we're talking about the water, the surface level of the water.
But how are you going to do the measurements?
Right, hang on. Bev, can I just have a go at it? Because we went through this. We went through this all
put my camera
afternoon,
on, right?
Didn't we?
I'll put the video on, right? So my camera's on there if you need it. A, B, C, and you've got the different water levels if you need it. I'll switch the laser on.
Right. We went through this all afternoon, didn't we, Astro King? That always makes me chuckle, Astro King. Oh, dear.
You spent all afternoon Astro King.
So what are you going to do? Are you going to put a hose in the canal?
No, listen, do you not remember our conversation this afternoon? Have you taken some meds since we spoke this afternoon?
What I have done is I haven't. I've been up for 2 days. So
Right, do you need to take some meds before we have this conversation again?
No.
Are you sure?
I need to get to sleep, but that's about all.
Right. Okay. Do you remember anything of the conversation we had this afternoon?
I think probably the best idea is I leave it for another day because I'm tired.
Probably a good idea, by the sounds of it.
And you do realise that we had exactly this conversation this afternoon, don't you?
Well, we know it's an interesting conversation, right? And it's hard to leave, but sometimes I think you might have to.
I would say 2 things. You did very well earning the host some money, but you didn't do so well talking over. But you know, I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I didn't do so well talking over him.
But everybody loved it.
You know, when he was muting me, that way.
Everybody loved it, though. Is
that what you mean by me talking over him? Sorry. I'm trying to work out, right, because he muted me loads, and obviously, why would I let everybody listen to him if he's muting me?
Well, you didn't get the canal bit in, did we?
They don't let me talk about it. They're scared. They run away from this conversation.
Did you notice that Jeff ran away as soon as the canal was about to come into the conversation?
Yeah.
Did you notice that bit, Astro King?
They kept me away from the test right from the off.
Sorry, I didn't notice that bit, but no, you should have got the canal in.
Bev was setting it up. He was setting up his horizontal plane of reference and starting to talk about the water.
Yeah.
And then McToon just would not let Bev speak.
As soon as I laid that hose pipe down by those 3 posts that we just established the horizontal at.
That was it.
Wow, that was too much. Too much.
And you know why they wouldn't let Bev talk? Because it's a truth they can't obfuscate. They can't get around it. The water in that water level is going to be at the same level as the horizontal plane that has been established by the surveyors.
Did you see George's drawing?
No, George stuffed my head in.
Man, he did one where it showed that water level A to B the same, you know, like your animation type thing.
Yeah.
And then he had another one where it was at the same level at point A, but at point C it dropped. So he didn't even have a level, level water level. He just had a drop from A. He didn't even try a center point drop at either side. He just went for the full-on A to C drop. It was crazy. I tried to stop him, and I went, George, whoa, no, don't! You're not speaking for everyone there.
Yeah, because that's why he changed his mind, because he realised the mistake he made, because the hose is on the horizontal plane. It was stuck there and not running on the surface of the earth.
Yeah. And Cleary got him to say, if that top one is what happens, what will you do? And he said, I'll admit the earth is flat. So that's level is horizontal, right? I mean, that's it. If we can prove that level is horizontal, then it's still running now.
Yeah, Jules definitely changed his mind though at the end.
Yeah, because Rumpus called him. He did say, I've had a message from Rumpus, and I need to say this. It's because Rumpus had told him.
I didn't get that.
Yeah. It's shocking how little these people know about what they're meant to be talking about. And they're taking information from Rumpus, of all people.
Nutsack's over in Ranties, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah.
It'd be Bevan Cleary, don't know what they're doing. Bevan Cleary. Wow. I was quite impressed actually with it. I think I got them to say a lot of things, but George was definitely better. Oh, he's not as good as obfuscating as Jeff.
Oh, Jeff was just running in circles, dude.
I know. He didn't come up with anything, right? He didn't give any sort of surveying knowledge or anything. It's the same as McToon's. McToon's refers to his website. If he can put something on his website, he can just point people at that. I got the feeling Jeff's like that as well. He never has any facts or anything like, watch this and look at this. Here, I'll explain this to you. None of it. None of these surveyors. They've all run because they can't talk about a very simple test where you set up 3 horizontal points and then put a water level to them.
Yeah, but
fill the
when
water
you asked
level
him,
up.
Sorry, but when you asked him about the ethics thing, he switched gears really quick.
Yeah, yeah.
What you got to say to that, Toad? What you got to say to that, Toad?
Say to what, mate?
Oh, you're not listening?
I am listening to what I can. I'm just busy at the same time, but I can hear. Say that again.
Say it again, Bev.
What?
What these guys are doing?
The running.
Yes, the task that's put to them.
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead, Bev.
How simple is that? 3 posts, a horizontal line across, and mark 3 posts over a mile. 1 in the middle, 1 at each end. Then get a water level, big massive hose pipe, and put it up to these marks and fill it up with water. Right? It doesn't even sound hard, does it?
Sounds pretty easy, pretty straightforward to me.
It's not rocket scientists.
No.
I was going to say that, Redmond, but I didn't want to use
brain surgery.
It's not brain surgery. What's your view on that, Toad? Hello, Toady, are you there?
They can't talk about it. It's scary.
Really, it's as I said before, though. It's you have your views, I'll have mine. I think it's just as I said. It's not,
well, hang on, right? We were saying before that there is no proofs of one way or the other. Nothing is verifiable, right? With this test, you can falsify the globe.
Your robot.
with the test, with this water level test, can you hear me?
You good on my? Go ahead, DP.
Yeah.
Go on, yeah,
You can. Yeah. This water level test, with it, you can falsify the globe.
You see, it depends.
No, it doesn't depend.
How big is the distance? How big are you going to do it?
We can do it over a mile. We can do it over 2 miles. We can do it over. Well, once you've done it over a mile, it then becomes scalable, and you are talking about the surface level of all water.
Right. How big was the distance that you've done up to now?
What would you say? 10 meters, Bev? How long's your?
How big do you think the difference is going to be? If there is a difference?
What difference?
At the water level, or are you trying to prove?
You already said it. Water level.
There won't be a difference.
Right. So if you try and do it at a greater distance, do you think there will be a change, or do you think it will stay the same?
There won't be a difference. It is a water level.
So would you say that it would work on a globe as well as a flat Earth?
No.
Like they already said?
No, it can't work on a globe because you establish a horizontal plane with a surveying instrument.
Yeah.
You put your water level against the horizontal plane, which would be a tangent on your ball. You following me?
Wait, yeah, I'm following you, but you're talking the way I don't like you talking, mate. Just talk normal, if that's okay. No, I mean that in a respectful way. We said it before. I don't like that kind of thing. I'm not here to disrespect people.
Well, I feel like I have to go step by step because, step by step. And I feel like I need to be clear.
It, right? Yeah.
You don't need to be clear, mate. You can talk to me normal.
Yeah, don't take offence. This is.
I'm not taking offence, mate. It's just
sweet.
I'm not taking offence, so to speak. It's just that I just don't like it. Do you know what I mean?
I need to make sure that I am being clear and that I am speaking clearly to you.
DP, I'm gonna turn around to you. Say if you're gonna carry on talking like that, then I won't answer you.
Yeah.
That's just me.
I'll tell you what.
I've been respectful.
Is it the conversation or the way he's saying it? What do you think?
The way he's saying it, not the conversation. It's the way he's saying it.
Okay, Bev, say it.
Like this and this. That. I don't like that, mate. I've come in and I've respected everybody. Right, I've explained where my position is. I've explained that I'm doing
that you're a troll.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a few people on that on one account, and your entire mission is to destroy flat Earth.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that.
Right. Yeah. But we're not flat earthers, as I've said many times.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We're trying to sort that out earlier on what to call you because I don't want to say flat earthers, and then you're like, I'm not a flat earther.
Call me by my name.
Yeah. Redman.
Say that again.
Yeah.
Call me by my name. Redman. Bev. DP. Cool.
Yeah.
That's stroking.
If I was going to call people by their names, I'd like to call them by their first names rather than...
Yeah, but nobody uses that in here apart from Bev.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, well...
Everyone calls me Bev, everywhere.
Well, you can all call me Gary. I'm Gary, right? So, there you go.
That's right.
But don't talk to me like that. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible towards you guys. I've come in here and chat. And this, I just don't talk like that.
Do you know enough about the equipment to understand the horizontal line they're talking about?
I know enough to say that there is contradictions, possibly, and I say possibly on both sides.
Contradictions on what part?
Yeah. Again, it comes down to the misinterpretation or misunderstanding. I can't put it.
Hang on.
No.
He asks you if you understand the usage of the equipment. There is no contradiction with the usage of the equipment.
Just a simple,
question. I understand the water level basis, yeah.
And you understand how an auto level forms a horizontal plane.
because we're only working locally. I mean, no, you can all laugh because that's obviously you've got your own views. I've got
Yeah,
mine.
but what's
That's fair
local?
enough.
No, it's not.
Where you're standing, where you're measuring, that's local. Where you're standing and where you're measuring, that's local to you. But
Yeah,
if you're going in a greater distance,
how big is local then?
it depends, doesn't it? It depends on
What do you mean it depends? How can it depend?
the horizontal line starts to drop, where the curve starts to drop away from horizontal.
See this line here on the thing?
Yeah.
Well, this one is vertical, and this one's horizontal. Right now, the entire line is a horizontal, right?
Oh yeah, that's. I'm not arguing against that.
Right. So how long can you make this line? And once it stops being local, what happens to the straight line?
Right. I can't share my screen. Could you do me a favor? Because you're on the camera now.
No, you can share your screen.
I can share my screen.
Yeah. Click the share. Oh, are you on computer or a phone?
Yeah, I'm on the computer. Just click on the screen.
Click on screen share.
Yeah. Yeah, just screen share.
As long as it's open on an app.
Because I'm not as savvy as some of you lot with this. So I'll be on page.
Well, why don't you speak to one of your other 3 trolls? They might be more computer savvy on your account than you are.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about like using like 3D this and 3D that. It'll be all on paint. That's what I mean.
You have to have an understanding of what the equipment's capable of doing.
Right.
You said 3D. Is this a computer program?
Using 3D, mate.
No, I'm asking you. Is this a computer program?
No, I'm using Paint.
Paint?
Oh, computer, yeah, it's a program on the computer. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm trying to sort out it.
Using paint in your fingers.
I've original Paint and fucking hell, you're going back years now.
Couldn't resist that one, sorry.
Don't worry. You can take the shit, mate, don't worry.
Yeah, makes change from munching on your crayons.
You shouldn't be passing me them, should you? You like to share them?
What, crayons?
Yeah.
Yeah, only the blue ones. I don't like the blue ones. They don't taste very nice.
Right, can you see that? Yeah.
All right.
Right, this is just this is going to be a basic on what I understand and what I've obviously.
What am I looking? I'm looking at Bev's screen. Are you screen sharing as well?
Let me have a look.
Where's Wacky Toad? There he is live. Right. I've only got Bev. Can you just shut your screen off for a second? Lovely.
It would be better if this was an octagon, but hexagon will work. Right, can you see that, mate? Yeah.
We're just looking at your Discord screen.
It's just looking at my Discord screen, is it?
Yeah.
You can't see the paint. How do I get the paint up?
Is it when you go to share screen at the bottom? Share the paint screen.
Right. Okay. Hold on. Yeah. There you go.
That's it. Yeah.
Sweet.
Right, this is what I understand from the globe side, if you know what I mean. When they talk about local, do you know what I mean?
Okay, so you're talking about a disco ball.
Let me finish. You see where the line is touching the circle?
The point of the tangent, yeah?
Tangent, yeah.
Well, yeah, right.
Yeah. This is horizontal / tangent.
Yeah, basically horizontal. So nobody's
yeah,
arguing.
Bendizontal. This is right. Yeah,
No.
You end up with a horizontal that bends all the way around the globe, right?
Hang on, Bev. Let him run through his.
I'm not trying to prove nothing. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just trying to show you what I understand.
Let him run through his explanation, Bev.
Right. So this bit here, that horizontal line that is touching the globe, that's what they call local horizontal. It's local.
Hang on. Is that a horizontal?
If you spin the ball, then yes, it will. It'll be horizontal, because I know what you're on about horizontal.
Right, so spin your ball.
That's your horizontal, right?
No, that is a horizontal. That's not my horizontal.
Okay, well that is a horizontal line, okay?
And the other one that you've put the center point for, that is not a horizontal.
Which one?
The one you just have. You've got another hexagon around the tangent point.
All these lines will be horizontal.
No, they're not.
Perspective.
There is only one horizontal on that screen.
That's why he has the horizontal and the water level.
Okay.
That's the contention here.
Right, I understand what you're coming from, but when you see it on a ball, right, you don't see it the way you would, the way you would think that you would see it. But that's what they mean where I've put this bit here. That's what they mean by local. This is what I'm trying to explain. That's what they mean by local horizontal or local, whatever it is. The drop, when they talk about measuring the curve, the drop is where it starts to, the horizontal line starts to come away from the globe.
Okay, but
So
if you imagine that as being the water level, which line would you imagine the water level as being on that drawing?
You're breaking up, mate. Say it again, because I got to water before you broke up.
It's horizontal, right? Those black lines are horizontal, and now the surface of the water, we say, establishes a horizontal. So where would you have the water level in that drawing?
Local?
Yeah, would it be a black line, or would it be a different colour than black?
Are you talking... It would be a different colour, yeah, because it'll be on this bit here, which will be... local?
The blue one would be the actual water level.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right, so that is what you imagine as level being, that circular...
Well, this is what I understand, yeah.
Okay, so but what's the horizontal lines there for then?
I was just going to ask that. Hang on. Can I just get a question? Quick one, right? All those lines, all the black ones, are horizontals, yeah?
Yeah.
So what about the ones on the left and the right?
Hold on, I'll get to that now.
They look vertical to me.
Yeah, they looked pretty much vertical to me as well.
You don't need to go past...
So yeah, you've done it again.
Yeah, I've done it again. I've done it again on purpose.
You've got no horizontals yet. You've got two verticals.
Yeah, hold on.
You can imagine.
Hold on, I'm trying.
If you hold shift, you might be able to do the whole thing.
It's really weird that you're trying to explain level. Oh, right, there you go.
Yeah, right.
Two horizontals.
Yeah, I did it backwards. Yeah. So you got a horizontal on top, horizontal there, but if you kept spinning that, if it was on a spinning ball per se, this is where the globers are coming from. I'm not picking a side, this is what they're trying to explain. If you're on a spinning ball, that's what will happen. The horizontal line that's touching the globe will be the local horizontal. The drop that they measure and the drop that they go on about would be when the horizontal starts coming away from the globe, and that's what they measure with the theodolite. That's what they say, right? I'm gonna
Right. This is where your 8 inches per mile comes in, and this is your ball measurement. This doesn't come from flat Earth side. This comes from the ball side.
You're getting confused between geometry and reality right here. This is where you're like, because you don't understand the reference frame, right? Because I mean, we used to hear this a few months ago, right? Everyone lives on the top of the ball. They all live there. Everyone. Rumpus used to say it. It was a little bit of a joke that we used to have. It seems to be a bit crowded because everybody lives on the top. Nobody imagines themselves living on the side of a ball. Even the people that live in the equator, right? They orientate themselves to be on the top.
Even the people under the equator orientate themselves to be on top, and they've got an even further journey to get to the top of the ball.
So it's
like Australia.
It's a perceived, isn't it?
But would you say that you would understand to a certain degree where they are trying to come from for you to basically argue against them?
No, we think logically, right? So if you take that model logically, do we have a meme for this, DP? The vertical and horizontal, right? Imagine one of you is on at the North Pole, right? Because I mean, not that you can go there because it's water now, right? So imagine you're just on a boat and it's pretty static and the sea's calm and you're looking out, I don't know, whichever way. Doesn't really matter, does it? You're looking south. And there's somebody on the equator, right? Also on your model. Now, the one at the North Pole will be looking out. You call that horizontal, right? You could establish call it an eye line if you want, but I mean it's a stack going out from his feet, horizontal, right? You can imagine that just as a like as though you're drawing your thing there, right? And there's also somebody on the equator, and they're establishing a horizontal like plane, if you will, right, all around, extending indefinitely all the way out horizontal. Now those two horizontals would intersect, wouldn't they?
Debate discussion. Oh, hang on. Can't download it for some reason. Give me a couple of minutes.
So do you get what we mean? There's two horizontal planes coming out from these people on a model, on a ball model. And those two horizontal planes intersect. Now, they would intersect perpendicularly, wouldn't they? You know, like a 90 degrees to each other.
If it was flat, maybe, yeah.
And yet, just horizontals, right? This is on your model. Or do you not have a model?
I'm not taking sides.
Okay, right. Well, imagine then the globe model lovers, right? They have somebody stood on the North Pole and somebody stood on the equator. And they establish a horizontal plane, each of them, at their feet. Now, those two horizontal planes, if you had that model, would intersect, wouldn't they? They would make like a square shape at the corner of the ball, the model, the globe thing that they live on, right, would intersect at 90 degrees to each other. And yet, that would be two horizontals.
Debate discussion, Bev.
Yeah. There you go. Can you see that in the debate discussion?
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
There's that other one as well, isn't there? The teacher, Casey, where she said one person's vertical is another person's horizontal.
Ooh,
right, which is a sort of a step further and a bit of a mind play. But you see where all of the horizontals, at the top and the bottom, they all intersect, and they are perpendicular to each other.
Yeah.
But I mean, that sounds ridiculous, right? It's one of those ones that you could sort of do a modus tollens, right? Because horizontal just doesn't intersect horizontal perpendicular. Everyone knows that a perpendicular to a horizontal is a vertical. Right?
Yeah, I'm just going to try and find an image that I put up a while back that you took. If you remember.
I don't know. An image that I took.
Yeah, the image that you took and.
Wow. In Discord?
Yeah, it was in Discord. Yeah, it was to do with the parallel and horizontal. Do you remember?
Parallel and the horizontal.
Yeah, you'll understand when I find it. Don't worry, I'll find it.
I'll find the quote from the teacher.
I've got it. It'll probably jog your memory now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for the quote from the teacher, and I've just got so many memes in my fucking folder. It's unbelievable.
You see it in the debate Discord. Do you remember that picture?
I didn't take that picture.
No, I put it in the Discord, and then you copied it and saying, "No, you're taking the piss." Basically, that.
Yeah, because it says parallels, right?
This is now to me personally. I don't see nothing wrong with it. To you, you would.
Well, yeah, because that looks like spherical geometry, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, one of the axioms, like I don't know if you know much about geometry, like it's a non-Euclidean geometry, spherical geometry, and they had to change Euclidean geometry into non-Euclidean geometry because they had a problem, and that problem was parallel lines. Right, and because of the problem, when they made non-Euclidean geometry, they had to change that one axiom. I mean, they played around with all of the others and they said all sorts of funny things, but that was the one, right? So of all of the other axioms that don't really make any sense, the one that does, like, is built in, is that there are no parallel lines. None. Not allowed. Can't have any. Not possible. That's why they had to make non-Euclidean geometry. But you have one there that says latitude are called parallels, which sort of says that it's not really spherical geometry that you're doing there. That's a bit of a mind trick, that whole thing.
Right,
like, because, I mean, see on the other side, the longitude, it calls them meridians. Would you call those straight lines?
Again, if it was local and because of the size of the Earth, it would look straight. So
the longitude lines, you would consider them as being straight.
I would have to say, if I was to take sides on that, I would say if it was on a local thing, yes, I would.
Okay, well,
but like I said earlier on, I can see from both sides. But one, to me, I'm swinging more towards than the other one. I always have done.
Hang on, if you're saying longitude lines are straight lines, you know what a straight line is?
I think everybody knows what a straight line is, yeah.
Sorry?
I think everybody knows what a straight line is, yeah.
Right, so can you define what a straight line is to us then?
You can look at that thing there, a longitude line, and say that's a straight line, and then say everyone knows what a straight line is.
Well, you can also argue is that because your other argument is that a straight line doesn't bend or doesn't curve.
But,
if you draw a straight line on a piece of paper and bend it around a ball, it bends. So I don't.
It's not a straight line then. As soon as it starts bending, it turns into a curved line,
But it's still
right?
a straight line. But it's still a straight line. If you take it back off, it's still a straight line. So I don't. This is what I mean.
It's not a straight line. Once you put a bend in it, it is no longer straight.
but if you look into deeper things, like which I can do and everybody else can do, lean towards that side than I would onto the flat side, because there's more to back it up.
Dude, what is this extra thinking that enables you to bend a straight line and keep it straight? Conceptually, in your mind, how do you get to that level that you can do that?
Well, you say level a lot. Level to you is a flat straight line.
No, hang on. We were talking about the straight lines, the latitude lines on this.
I'll get to the thing in a minute later. But in your mind, level is flat and a straight line, isn't it? They're all, relatively speaking, the same thing.
Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Get it on a T-shirt if you want.
So they're all, so they're all the
DP
same.
does them.
Yeah.
Not all. He wants a T-shirt, Bev, already.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So they're all the same thing.
I just posted a picture.
I don't think he's gone that far yet.
I screenshotted your picture. And can you tell me those latitude lines going up to 1 point, are they parallel?
Why wouldn't they be parallel?
Well, can't you see they get closer together at the top and bottom and further apart in the centre?
Why would they put them underneath parallels if they weren't parallels? I don't.
You're not allowed to have parallels in spherical geometry. It's an axiom. It's built into the geometry. It's an ixnay.
Okay.
Like writing it like that is
Yeah, believe me, I'm trying my hardest to try and understand both sides. But with this one, it's a tricky one for me personally.
Geometry is.
I got a picture for.
What about the Triangle Canal?
You can't handle that. We're still on a straight line.
Yeah, if we can't get a straight line, you won't get the triangular canal.
Fair enough.
Well,
I did have them saying about triangles, and then they took that back as well. Triangles over a distance in more than 180 degrees. Definitely, McToon's was for sure. Absolutely. Triangles with more than 180 degrees.
George reneged on it pretty quick.
Yeah, McToon didn't.
No, he was like sticking to it, sunk the anchor in.
Your picture's still loading. I can't see your picture. I can see everybody else's.
Say again?
Yours. I can see everybody else's pictures without the putting in, but yours, I can't see yours.
Which one?
Still loading. The one that.
It's just a big fish eye. A huge fish
You asked him which picture he can't see. Nice one, Bev.
Redmond's.
The picture won't load. Which one? Oh, I don't know. I can't fucking see it.
This is all that I can see.
See, there you go. Because here in Euclidean geometry, within the definitions, parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet. That's a parallel straight line, right? So if your longitude lines are straight, like you say, and they can't be parallel, can they?
Yeah, try and come from my point of view now is that what you're putting out there is it's in a book, and you're saying that it proves a flat Earth. Why would
no?
Why would they put it?
Not
it doesn't
flat
say that.
Earth. Don't misconstrue or whatever.
No, hold on. Just let me try and get my point across. What you're saying is that the truth is in plain sight. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Why would, if the truth is in plain sight, why would there be this whole conspiracy in my mind to try and change
What's
the
the
shit?
conspiracy?
You're fighting it. No conspiracy. A straight line is a straight line. Yes or no?
Yeah, straight up, yes. Straight line is a straight line.
Sweet.
Straight line, a straight line. Every
And it
man know
cannot
that.
bend. Can the equipment transpose that straight line over a distance?
If it's on a ball, you could say yes. If it's on a thing,
then it's bent.
No.
Yeah, the surface of a sphere is a three-dimensional surface, right? There can be no straight lines on a ball that curves constantly away from every point, right? In every direction, from every point on the sphere, it will curve away from that point. There cannot
No
be
straight
any
lines.
straight lines.
Your picture's loaded up now, finally. Okay.
Whose pictures?
Your picture, mate.
You believe you live on that?
If I live on that.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I don't believe that I live on that. You know, that's.
Oh, Hansel's.
Okay.
What about the one that I posted?
Hold on.
Who's Hansel's?
My bad, Bev.
Hold on.
Debate discussion, just above Bev's definition there.
Me.
Just another troll.
Hansel's is Ranty's hardcore troll, right? Is Ranty's finished or something? I can't see why Hansel's should be over here.
If I'm gonna be honest, I don't believe in anything. To be honest, I don't want to take one side.
Don't believe anything. Don't believe anything. Nobody's asking you to.
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to learn. Maybe
Yo,
one
troll
day
away?
I'll get it. I'm not trolling.
Okay.
The best thing to do is
proofs, right?
I'm trying to understand. You can understand that it's going to be difficult. If I turn around and say, "Oh yeah, it's going to be fun," you realize it's going to be difficult. I can't just go, bingo, yeah.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about you getting it. You just take down what Bev is posting. Take down it. Look at it. You already know a straight line. Straight line don't bend.
and learn what that equipment's capable of doing.
Would you? I messaged before. I put up a video of an independent geodetic surveyor. DP said he was going to watch it. Would you?
Yeah.
Independent.
He's independent. Basically, he's.
And he's talking about the drop from the horizon.
Would I know this independent surveyor?
No. I'm not asking. Do you know him? I'm just saying. Would you?
I was just asking everybody. Do I know him? Because there's not many, right? Within this particular arena.
What do you mean?
Well, people that claim the globe lovers or the globe defending surveyors. There isn't many, because the whole profession of surveying relies on a level being horizontal, right?
Anyway, but would you watch the video? His results are on a spreadsheet that he's put after measuring the point.
Look at a spreadsheet.
No, watch. And he's put his results on a sheet separately, detailed, really detailed.
Do you get him? Do you watch him take the results?
Yes, you do. Yeah, it's a half hour long, and he shows you how to do everything.
Okay, so what's his method? Go on, I'm going to put it up, and we'll go over these sort of things we're going to be doing.
Yeah, he posted it earlier. Was it in the
I'll find it, reposted, Beth.
Okay,
debate discussion, I think.
But I would say watch the video first. And
I will.
Look at the results,
Yeah,
or even that. Look at it.
I don't want to comment on it then. Right, we'll wait and have a look at it, see what he says.
Yeah.
Is that like? Would you class that as a proof of curvature or something?
I would say there's something. Because
he's measuring the drop from the horizon, and the horizon is an apparent position which you cannot measure to, from, or an angle.
Yeah, well, the drop of the horizon would obviously, he's doing it from above the level of the water. Yeah?
It's a different, it's in elevations. If you
So there would be more drop, right? The higher he goes up.
To 184 metres, but
he explains how he does it.
Okay. And there is always a drop, right?
Yeah,
Because he's always above the level of the water.
Always. Not always.
He's not always above the level of the water.
If you mean different elevations,
yeah,
then yeah, different elevations.
Yeah, because the water level, right? The water level is a level. It's at a horizontal, right? And the elevation is a vertical increase, right? In elevation from that level of the water, right?
Yeah, but I understand that. But what I'm saying is, watch the video and then look at the results to see whether the video will match the results. And if they don't, or if this, would you come back to me and say,
this is why I'm here in the first place, right? Because I said the horizon will not rise to eye level. It's on a different horizontal, right? That horizontal down there is not at the same horizontal that I am up here. Right? Even if that's your eyes above the water level lapping up at your feet.
Mate, I understand all of this. It's just that
you're not over talking, please.
Sorry if I overspoke to you. Sorry. I don't mean to overspeak to people. But if you watch the video, as I said, he doesn't do it on a short distance. He does this over, I think, a 40-kilometer distance.
Yeah.
From one country to another, and he pinpoints it. So each time he does a different point, and he measures to that point.
Hang on. Did you say 40 kilometers?
40 kilometers.
I was about to chime in.
And what is he using to measure?
He's not staying at one point. He's going from one point to another.
What tool is he using to measure this drop?
The theodolite. It's in the video, mate.
And what is the practical, usable distance of using a theodolite?
All I'm going to say is please watch the video.
It fucking isn't 40 kilometres, I can tell you that much, straight off the bat.
Can I just check as well? I mean, he is measuring an angle, right? But in order for him to do anything, he's measuring an angle. Okay?
He does it. Yeah, I'm watching it now.
Yeah, so where are the 2 points that he is measuring the angles from? It's like that crosshair in the middle of the scope. Is that horizontal?
It's eye level. It's horizontal to the eye level.
Okay, so it is that level. That level is horizontal then, right? And that is the reference frame that he is measuring his angle from.
Hold on. This is one thing that I knew would happen, right? Because I've seen it. Please, don't. Watch the video and you will see. He explains it. He goes into extreme detail.
Okay. You should be able to explain.
I watched the video.
You've watched the video. You said
I kept quiet.
Go on, sorry, Reverend.
He wasn't doing any talking.
I never said he did talking.
He said he went through explicit detail.
He puts it up on the words. He types he tells you what he's doing as he's going along. He's not going to talk. If you watch the video,
audio,
I don't see why you won't watch it while I'm here.
Oh, because if it's half an hour long, right? I am not watching somebody else's content. Okay. We've just done a thing with McToons, right? Where we did a thing with Jeff, who struck Cleary's channel for showing some stuff. So, no, I'm not going to do that sort of stuff while we're live.
So you're not going to watch the video, but okay.
Not now.
Look at the results.
No, I'm not opening the video up.
You don't need to open the video. There's a different link. It goes on the website.
No, I'm not clicking on a website either.
Why?
Because I'm just asking you, is he measuring them crosshairs? Are they horizontal? And is he measuring a drop angle from the horizontal?
Over 40 kilometres.
440 kilometres.
Over 440 kilometres with a theodolite.
No, not in one place. He's not standing in one place, measuring from one place to the 440 kilometres, man.
Hang on. So how's he measuring the drop then? The alleged drop.
Can you watch the video and you find out?
Is it a drop from horizontal?
Can you watch the video?
Is the eye level horizontal? Or do you use a horizontal level
said before,
as
I'm
your
trying to
reference
understand,
frame?
right? I'm trying to understand this thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand as best as I can, and to be honest, I'm going to be honest to you. You guys are not helping me understand. You're making it far worse for me personally.
I'm just giving you a reference frame of a vertical and a horizontal.
I'm asking you to watch the video and then come back to me and explain it.
Okay, well, we're not going to do that tonight. Do you want to go on to something else?
Okay, would you have time tomorrow to watch it? Because I'll be here tomorrow.
We can come back tomorrow and we can discuss what...
You can watch the video while I'm here.
No,
I go through it step by step for me.
No. I will watch it and have a look at it. Are you Mateus as well? Is Mateus one of the four?
No. But for me to understand it, I would like you to go through it step by step for me. If you're watching it while I was here.
What? Okay. I mean? This guy, right? Is he surveying? Is he surveying? Are we going to? Can I use it in an educational package? We will have a surveyor. What is it that he's doing within this job?
Watch the video.
Okay.
That's all
has somebody employed him to do something? Excuse me, Mateus, can you come and do this as a job? What would they have said to him for him to make this video?
What do you mean?
I mean, what is the purpose of what he was doing? You know what? For me to
he's basically showing you how to use a theodolite.
How to use a theodolite.
He's not going out there to prove anything. He's showing you how to use it, and while he's doing it, he's showing you what he's got. He's not doing it to prove globe. He's not doing it to prove flat. He's not doing it to do anything. It says it on the video. This is why I keep saying, watch the bloody video.
Okay, I can.
I'm sorry, you know
I
what
know
I mean?
enough about using the tools to know that he is of a level, and his eye level is above the level of the water level. So therefore, there would be a drop.
That's why I'm saying watch the video. Do the calculations.
There's no calculations needed. The level is always above the level, and that increases the further up you go.
On the sheet? There's got to be calculations for them to be on a thing that he's put his results on. There's got to be calculations for them to be there. They can't just magically pop up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they've got to be there.
What are the calculations for then?
Have a look.
So what you could say is the water level, right, is at, let's call that zero datum, right? They call that our 0 point. And then as you go up a mountain or whatever, right? Yeah. Every time you go up a foot in a vertical height away from that water, right? That would be called 1 foot elevation, right? And you could keep doing that and going up the mountain, right? Now, every time you go up in elevation away from the water level, right? That water level is lower than you, right? So an increase in elevation as you walk up will have a difference. The distance that you are from that water level would increase, right? So now if you're looking out horizontally, then as you go up that horizontal rises above the level of the water. Right? Incrementally so. So as you go up, that goes higher. That horizontal raises higher in the same increments that you are away from that original level, right?
Yeah, I don't understand all of this, but I'm gonna go back to watch the video.
Yeah.
Watching the video puts the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
Well, I've just predicted, right, using geometry and real life knowledge of surveying and horizontal tools and how you do the increase in elevation, because that's differential leveling, right? That would dictate that the horizontal of the water would be lower. That angle would increase from horizontal, the drop to the right.
Yeah.
Well, well, that's what I'm predicting is going to happen in this. Now, the horizontal levels of the water and the tool that I've used to do that they're straight lines. Right? There's no curvature needed for me to do that, and that's still what I end up with, right?
Are you gonna watch the video?
I'm gonna go back to looking on his channel. He has a lot of stuff on here. It's not really all that great.
Hang on, Bev. I've started watching the video, right? And this is a screenshot of the opening caption from the video.
No setup.
Where are we? Debate discussion, yeah?
Yeah.
So I would just like you to say whether you agree or disagree with the opening statement screen capture from this video, because it sets the premise for the whole video. Okay.
Sounds fair.
Do you mean that he's putting selective subliminal messages in it, basically?
Sorry?
What?
You're saying that he's put subliminal messages in at the beginning? It's too tricky.
No,
What?
I'm saying that it is a screen capture of the first bit of writing he puts across the top of the screen.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do you think that that's a hidden message for you for it to be tricked? This is what I mean. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
Trick?
You know what I mean?
No, it's just a statement that sets a premise for the rest of the video.
Okay, I'll reword it. Do you disagree with that statement for you to post it? For you to post it, that particular statement, you disagree with it personally?
Well, what does it say?
Hold on. Most people will say they look straight ahead when looking at the horizon. Or in other words, the horizon is at eye level.
But the horizon will never be at eye level, because when you are standing on the beach, the horizon is actually at the same level as your feet, not your eyes.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why he's put it in quotes.
Well,
I don't think he's trying to.
There's only
say
end
anything.
quotes, isn't there? Oh, the eye level is in quotes.
Yeah, that's why he's put it in quotes. I don't think he's trying to say anything. I think he's being honest there.
Well, actually, when you say that when you quote something, that's a quote, right?
I don't see anything wrong with that. Personally, I don't see anything wrong with that. If you see something personal wrong with that, tell me and I can try and understand.
Only thing I can say about that is if you look at his channel, I went through, I didn't watch all his videos, but I see a lot of his videos, and his videos are shite. That's all. That's my personal opinion. Y'all can look at it for yourself.
Okay, so it's saying that at the beginning isn't like, because I did say at the beginning, that's why I'm here, right? I disagreed with some globe earthers, right? And I'm guessing that's your position, right? Is that it doesn't rise to eye level. Well, that's my position too, and always has been. Have you ever been called a child abuser for thinking such things?
Why would I be called that? I don't know why that's been brought up.
I was.
Why?
For saying that level was a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Well, whoever said that, the fucking dickheads.
Well,
there you go.
There's plenty of them.
Well, they're all fucking dickheads, then the ones that say it. I would never fucking come up with anything like that. That's disgusting.
It was to sort of imply that teaching flat Earth is child abuse. Because these people consider that if you say level is horizontal, then you're a flat earther. I mean, they said it earlier as well. All of them. Jeff and McToons. I mean, that's what they consider a flat earther.
Well, there's different kinds though, isn't there? There's not just physical, there's mental, but I think that's probably the word they're coming from, but I would never call it mental child abuse or anything like that. I mean,
well, level being horizontal.
Kids, well, if you want to teach you, the way I see it is, if you want to teach your kids that, you teach your kids that. I don't see it as a, you know what I mean? Because they're going to grow up and they're going to learn.
You think that's a falsehood, though, right?
Say that again.
You think that level being horizontal is a falsehood? There's something wrong with saying that?
Well, the definition of a level is wrong to horizontal. Yeah, that's the way. Obviously, as I said, it's going to be hard for me to see from your point.
Where do you get your definition of level? Like actual definition, right? Because that's what you said. The definition is wrong. So, do you know what a definition is?
It describes the meaning of the word. Yeah.
Okay, now where do you see a definition of level that doesn't mention horizontal?
Horizontal, you mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't mention horizontal. Yeah, they all mention horizontal.
Level. The definition of level mentions horizontal.
Yeah, level mentions horizontal, yes.
Okay. So, where is your imagined curve then? And your imagination that says that if people think that level is horizontal, then they are flat earthers. So
because it also states that level is the water of the curvature of the Earth.
That is assuming an unproven bull.
It's in the definitions of level. I don't.
Is it?
So why would it be there if it's not?
There you go.
So you've always got two questions. You've always
Merriam-Webster, right?
Yeah.
At Merriam-Webster, definition of level, the noun entry 1 of 3. It says the third one, horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Water seeks its own level. That's water being an equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Right? You would agree with that, would you?
If it's
a
there,
horizontal
written,
condition.
If it's there written, yeah,
okay.
Because it's there for a reason.
So that's the water surface, right, of a fluid, equilibrium. That's a horizontal condition. Is that the bit that you were looking at when you said the definition of level? Or maybe the device for establishing a horizontal line or plane by means of a bubble in a liquid? And that one?
You keep robot and I'm trying to distinguish what you're saying, sorry.
I'm a roboting for everyone, or?
Yeah, you're kind of cutting out a little bit.
Clipping out a bit, yeah. Maybe just drop and come back there.
I will try my best to get as going back, but yeah.
Okay.
No, he was cutting out a little bit here and there.
There you go. Is that better?
Well, keep talking and we'll let you know.
Right. So where did we get the horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude? Water seeks its own level.
Yeah, well, that was worded differently to what I read, but yeah.
But that's the Merriam-Webster definition of level, and that's specifically the water, right? The equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. You give that as the water level within a canal. Right, or the water level within a water level tube, establishing a horizontal condition.
I mean, if you want me to be honest at this moment in time, I've got nothing to say against that.
You wouldn't? Would you agree?
No. Probably, yeah.
Okay. So that's the water level being a horizontal. Again, it's just the horizontal's a straight line. Where's the curvature? It's only just it's in your mind, right? It's not actually there.
Where's the key?
What was that, dude?
Where's the key?
Wakey, wakey.
So, a line doesn't curve. There's no curvature in horizontal.
Straight line.
Straight line.
And the water level is
straight line on a horizontal plane.
Yeah, an equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. The water seeking its own level is a horizontal condition.
The horizon doesn't drop with altitude.
And that fits with a water level, the tool, establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right? That goes along with the equilibrium of the horizontal condition. And there's no gaps in that. You can't really pick any holes in it anywhere.
Your ball's running out of hiding places, Toad.
Troll.
It's a bit hard to troll as well, isn't it?
Well, like I said there, you went in here when saying that I don't personally like troll. The other three do.
Yeah, but you gave them access to your thing, right? You let the other man come in the back door. Hey, I'm gonna do everything for you, but I'm getting your back door.
I think we've been through this. I didn't.
It's cool. At least you got here, right? At least one of the four gets to actually talk and discuss this.
Well, like I said before, though, I don't know who was in here. Redmond was in here, definitely. I said it's just kind of boring, to be honest. Me, I'm more of the curious one out of all this, to be honest. I am curious. I am interested in it. Do I poke fun at it at times? Of course. I mean, you poke fun at Globe.
Which is saying level is horizontal, right? What are you poking fun at?
I suppose you could say, I suppose you could say the whole aspect of it. You know what I mean?
The whole aspect of it.
Your thing is that, you know what I mean? And then you go, oh yeah, it's flat.
No.
For me it's difficult. I'm on the fence.
Yeah, you don't ever say it's flat, right? Because you'd be fooling yourself. There's mountains and valleys, and it's not flat.
Topography.
The earth is the land, right? The water's not the earth, is it? There's a difference between earth and water. A very distinct difference.
Yeah, I know, but it goes deeper than what you see on land, because then you've got the whole aspect of NASA, because you like to bring up NASA a lot as well.
I don't.
Nobody brought that up.
Not you personally, probably, but your
But you know,
You're sweeping it. We're not flat earthers.
There is not one person in this server that gives a flying fuck about NASA.
Right, okay, well, I'll take that and I won't bring up this again.
You got some nice t-shirts though, Fake X.
Yeah.
Buy a t-shirt.
You want to buy a Fake X t-shirt?
DP merch.
Have you seen the Fake X t-shirt?
No, I haven't. No.
Well, we've got one. Space is just the distance between physical objects.
In some case,
that's my quote.
That's a good one. I like that one. Bev came up with that one.
Also available on a t-shirt.
Or a sticker. I can put it on a mug if you want. Actually, mugs are a bit expensive though. I'd rather have a t-shirt.
Yeah, and we want the big mugs.
Yeah.
I wouldn't suit a tank top though.
Unlock big mugs. That's what we want. Do a campaign for DP's merch.
6'5" bloke in a tank top doesn't look really good.
Yeah, make sure whenever you're wearing your tank top, you ain't got a lot of hair. Go get the wax job first.
Oh, I've got chest hair, mate, and there's no fucking way a wax strip is going anywhere near.
Oh, he got the taco meat.
Did you get your back waxed? Back, sack, and crack.
Oh God.
Here you go, Charlie.
I've had my sack and back and crack wax before, and yeah, never again. Never again.
Here you go, Toad, in the debate discussion. Here's your Fake X.
Oh, okay.
You said it wrong, DP. You're supposed to say ta-da.
Yeah, I can. Did I do that one? Where's... Where's that one? Is that in the meme room? I don't think I've got...
Anyway, like I said earlier on, though, obviously, yeah, I've admitted that I'm a troll and all that, and I want to just clean slate. I'm going to stop the other guys from doing it. I'm going to use my personal account. And possibly be in the chat a little bit more, if that's okay with you guys.
We'll see.
Come on, I've had the balls to call me.
Yeah, I'll give you that. But where it goes from there is up to you, isn't it? We've got no control over where you take what.
Well, you'll see. As I said earlier on, I am an honest person. I don't just bullshit or don't say nothing without fucking this or that. Troll, yeah, that will hang over me until whatever, but as I said, slate clean. Boom. Done dusted.
Who's Prometheus?
Okay. Okay. So I would say this. If they're the ones have your account, they're the ones that don't have they don't have a face.
Right.
They're faceless people.
Yeah.
Why would you want to be associated with people like that? Because they can't come out on their own account?
Then I wouldn't say it's one of them. They're not interested in this. They're just here to thing. Whereas me, I am actually interested in it, and that's why I'm.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Think about it like this. If you sit back and you allow somebody else to take over your name, they're putting your name on what they say. Is that cool? Would you want to stand before a man and say, "Hey, I said that," or you want to stand beside somebody else said that? So it's almost like having like multiple personalities. I don't want to deal with a person like that. That person right there, they need to be on meds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They make you look crazy.
Well, this is why I said this is why I'm here. This is why I'm talking.
Yeah, but you see, you've had 3 other people have your voice.
I understand.
So what value should we give to your voice?
And how do we know?
Because this account is disappearing. I'm going to use mine.
How do we know that you weren't like just a split personality with 3 other?
Well, you don't. That's true. But as I said, I'm going to be, and you'll see the difference between the behavior. If you get rid of the chat, what you were talking about before, you'll see it will stop. I'll change the password on it.
Yeah, but that still doesn't help us with what value we should give to you after you have given yourself away to 3 other people to act on your behalf.
That way you make me sound like a slut.
No, it's
how come
you
you're
are.
interested?
Out there.
Right?
Basically, you are.
Oh.
I mean, we're not calling you that, but...
No, I am calling him that, Redden.
Okay.
Don't worry, I can take it, man. Don't worry.
Oh, man. I'm just saying. I can speak for me. Nobody else. Nope. I typed that. I put, you know what? It's like that, what's that commercial? The Red Hot Chili Pepper thing. I put that shit on everything. That's what I did. For everybody else chiming in for you, that's like, hold up. This dude, he ain't stable. This mother trucker is crazy.
You cannot take ownership for anything that has been said in the chat.
If you want, I'll take ownership of it all. It was on my head to begin with, you know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I say, like, in this realm, what we're speaking on, you know, on Discord, all of us together, you know, we don't know each other across the board, but I can only speak for me. Yeah. But to go to the mindset of, you know, I don't want to talk, but I'm gonna let y'all type. I don't know if you said I don't care what you type, but they could have typed anything. I like chasing you know, penises. And you would have never known it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't want them.
Okay. You never know. Yes. Unless this, you know, this is my my thought coming out right now. Unless y'all are all sitting in a cubicle, he has this side, the other person has the other side, and it bounces around in a rainbow, and this person is typing this, that person is typing this on their shift. You go to the next shift, next person typing that. It makes you look like you're here in 24 hours. It look crazy. I'm just letting you know.
That's what Phil Bell is in 24 hours a day. Well, no matter what time of day you go into a chat room, Professor Phil Bell is there.
No, he's in India launching satellites daily.
As well as being a troll in a Discord.
He did 40 this morning.
40 satellites?
Yeah, something.
Before breakfast?
Yeah.
Whoa. Go on, Phil. He's not doing so bad for an old duffer then, is he?
Well, and he can sit down and troll Discord.
It make you look crazy. You're the crazy people. We're living level. You know, being a real person in the world. It looks crazy.
Honest. I'm a professor. Honest, I am.
You know, it might be time to go get yourself checked out. I'm just saying.
I don't need to get myself checked out, mate.
I don't want to put that on you, but it looks a little bit crazy. Suspect.
Yeah, from your point of view, maybe. Yeah, but I don't need to get myself checked out.
Yeah, I could tell you for anybody in this room. You can ask anybody in this room. Does anybody else have your account? Anybody else is doing you, far as putting your words out on paper?
Or the only person doing me is me.
Well, I'm doing me now, the voice, rather than them in chat.
Okay, so I can cut your chat out, right?
Yep.
All right, cool.
I said that before. You can do that.
Yeah. Come in the voice.
Oh, come on, voice.
Voice. You know, you can figure out a person there. In chat,
I'll tell you what.
It could be anybody.
I'll tell you what. Definitely then ban this account.
No, I'm not going to ban or kick you.
Not
Yeah,
just,
this accounts. Yeah, that way it will come back in, will it? So
No,
I'll
well,
use my personal accounts in here.
hang on a minute. You have made a commitment that this account is no longer going to be trolling. It's up to you to see that commitment through. It's not up to us to ban or kick this account. It's up to you to have control of the people who have access to this account to make sure that your words are worth something.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I'll go with that.
DP, does he know about your word is your bond?
Don't know. Ask him.
Of course, I know about that one.
Do you believe that?
Yep.
You stand beside that?
Yep.
Okay.
You'll see. You'll see. I've said I've come in here, I've been in honest as possible and trying to learn as much as possible. I'm on the fence, I've got to be honest, and you never know which way it'll go. But if I do decide to stay on the, or even turn onto the globe side, would you kick me out then?
Why would we? As long as you're not abusive and
No,
you're not.
I am not abusive.
That's
I'm
not
only
you.
abusive. Like I said earlier on, I'm only abusive if someone's abusive to
No,
me.
exactly. So,
Yeah, I said that when I first came in. I said I'm not the one that was doing the chat. I don't know if you remember when I first came in the chat. I said that.
You said it right off the bat.
Yeah, but to be honest, nobody gives a fuck because it was all done on your name. So, as far as we're concerned, it was you.
What I mean is, in voice, if you give me shit, I'll throw it back at you. You will meet your match with me.
Okay.
That's not a threat or nothing like that, but I'm just saying, if you talk shit to me, you'll meet your match.
Okay.
That's the way it works.
Good at
I'm
shit
going to give you something for you. Go ahead, Beth. Go ahead, Beth.
They're good at shit talk round here, mate. What
was that? Sorry, Beth.
They're good at shit talk round here, right? It's a bit of a competition.
Oh, we're in the good place then.
Hey, who's Prometheus in the?
Yeah, I was just wondering that. About 10 minutes ago, I asked that.
I don't know. We had the chill chat back again. Has Emma put that back?
Well, I don't know. Well, obviously, it's there.
As the chat thing disappeared, yeah.
No, we've got an extra chill chat, and I guess Prometheus has just joined.
No, I'm talking about me typing in.
It's weird you were talking about Prometheus earlier today.
Yeah, I wasn't I?
Yep.
That was weird.
Was that live streamed? Could have gained a troll there, DP, while you were doing that.
No, it wasn't being live streamed. Oh, yes, it was.
Is it the bit that Emma live streamed earlier?
Yeah, it was that.
I mean, we're still live streaming now.
You guys were talking about Prometheus, and she said, "Don't spoil it for me."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Leave it alone.
And now Prometheus is in the chill chat. Whoa, man.
What I'm gonna say on that right there. If you could try to do your own observations for yourself.
So you talking to me on that, Redmond, yeah?
Yeah. Take your own observations. Do something for yourself.
Yeah,
not let everybody else do everything for you.
I suppose I could learn how to do stuff, yeah.
Learn about geometry as well, because geometry is an axiomatic, self-proving system.
Straight line, parallel
if you
lines,
you understand geometry.
Sorry, DP.
No, sorry, and then you understand logic.
A straight line, two straight lines, parallel, never touch. I'm about to get my brisket on. Sorry, y'all.
Have a look in the thingy I put in the debate discussion there. They've dug up an old hashtag from February from earlier on this year, right? It's a really brilliant one. They thought I got triggered by a hashtag Bev is an idiot, so he decided to do some more. Bev is a coward. Bev is a baby. Bev is a moron. Bev is a derp. And these clever people at the minute have just decided to bring this back. I don't know what's triggered them into doing this.
Do you know, I think it would be the fact that you absolutely wiped the floor with the drain surveyor.
I think they're definitely triggered for something to go back to something from February to start linking more sort of hashtags that they obviously imagine I get triggered by, right? Shout out to you guys on Twitter if you're listening.
Yeah.
I'm not triggered by that at all. Bev's IQ test came back negative. Wow. It's from people that are too scared to talk.
Yeah. It's amazing. These people, they just sit on the end of their phones and they put these things and they think you're getting triggered by the things you're putting, but you just laugh at them.
Yeah, Mick Toon was doing it as well. He was like muting me and then shit talking and then imagining me getting triggered at it. It's like these people shit talk it all the time.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to start I'm not on Twitter, but somebody needs to start a hashtag Saint Bev.
Have you not seen the t-shirts? Have you not seen the t-shirts that are coming?
I don't. I've seen a few of them. Which one?
Hang on, I shall post it in the debate discussion for you.
Okay.
Hang on, bear with me a second. I'm just trying to find it.
Cleary
spoiled it a bit. Go on, all you have to say. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Where is it? I can't find it.
I mean, after I watched most of that video, I mean, some of it I cut out on, but I caught most of it, and it has to be hashtag Saint Bev.
Oh, yeah, it's going in the live in debate discussion now.
I am Bev. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I would wear that.
Yeah, well, it's going to hit the shop tomorrow probably.
Yeah, I'll definitely get on there. I got on the Teespring one time, but I couldn't get past. I don't know how to work that one. I haven't been on it. Teespring website. I couldn't get past the one where the page where it was just everybody's hashtag on something about the level T-shirt.
Oh right. No. If you went into the wrong one. If you go into the DP merch link, can you see that at the bottom there? If underneath where we are now, the list of rooms, you've got chill chat.
Okay, DP merch link. Gotcha.
Yeah, if you click on there.
Yeah.
And then scroll all the way to the top.
Okay.
The first link there.
Gotcha.
Is the store. The second link, because I can do specials. I can do like all the hashtag on the level.live and all those ones are in the specials.
Okay.
So if you want an on the level.live or...
This is way better. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Gotcha. So that T-shirt you just posted won't be there till tomorrow, right?
I can do it now if you want it.
If you really want one.
If you really want one, I can do it for you now.
Yeah,
man, that was just awesome. I've watched. I'm sorry, Bev. I didn't mean to cut you off. That tonight was. I watched most of that show. It was genius. I mean, you got way more patience than me.
That's the thing that kills them. Bev just stays patient, level-headed, and he doesn't get phased by anything they say to him.
Little bit autistic. I might give you that.
It's on a different level because I'm a patient guy. Like, I've been known for my patience, and I was losing it. I don't know. It's just, it's on a different level.
It's just quality. I'd love it when Bev goes into stuff like that. Because McShane, he's just sitting in a bathtub, chucking shit everywhere.
Well, it's the knowledge. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the knowledge he has, the depth of the knowledge that he has to be able to draw from all that. Whenever they go to all the different obfuscations, it doesn't matter which way they go with it, he's able to pull it back to reality.
Yeah,
that's logic, right? That's all been taught or self-taught since Fight the Flat Earth sort of challenged me and caused me to gain a proof to myself.
Hey, Bev, just going to change subject. Are you all right with this T-shirt going out, mate? Because I know it's
if
you.
You want. Sweet.
Yeah, you're good with it.
Yeah.
Right, okay, let's do it.
I don't think I can buy one myself, but yeah.
Of course you can. It's you.
Maybe then. Maybe. You never know. I can't wait for all of my other T-shirts and stuff to come. We'll end this on a buy DP merch. What is it? What's the store?
Sorry?
Domesticated Primate on Teesprings.
Yeah.
I'm just going to cut the live stream, right? So I want to end it on a...
Are we still on the live stream?
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Domesticated Primate, Teesprings. Pay a visit.
Buy more merch.
Yeah, fill your boots.